to return?
So moved.
All in favor? There's a
Aye.
second? You need a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Sure, okay. I vote aye. All right, Mr. Zelasco,
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move that we deny the reconsideration for the use of the property as defined in the appeal.
Second.
okay. I'll take the roll. Mr. Zelasco,
Aye.
Mr. Voss? Mr. Voss? Mr.
Abstain.
Weiss?
Yes.
Okay, aye, all right. Ms. McKenzie?
Abstain.
Vice Chairman votes yes. Okay, that motion, that passes. All right. Now, so I should call for Mr. Suter. Mr. Suter, would you like to make a presentation, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to remember where we left off. I believe it was with the direct examination of Mr. Ben Eilerman of the Over-the-Rhine Community Housing. I guess my question for the chairman, do you want me to, do we know where we left off? Do you want me to start there, or do you want me to start fresh with?
If I might.
Yes,
Mr.
Mr. Ben.
Well, two things. First of all, where we were was I was doing cross-examination, Mr. Ireland, because that's where the use objection came up. So I think the direct was finished, number one. Number two, I have some other motions to make before we proceed with the hearing, if it please the panel.
You know what, I think Mr. Finney, I think I remember that. You're right. You were doing cross-examination, so that sounds fine. We want to start there.
Take his motion. Yeah. Mr. Finney, you have some motions you'd like to make?
Yes, I first of all want to make it clear by motion that the prior two hearings of testimony are incorporated into this hearing. So the one that was stayed and allowed for the amended application, and the one that was adjourned in the middle of the cross-examination of OTRCH witness is all incorporated into this hearing. So we don't need to repeat anything from the first round of hearings on this.
Agreed.
And can we have that by formal motion adopted so it's clear in the record, please?
Do I have a motion for that?
I have a motion in support of it. I
A
so
second?
move.
Okay. Call the roll. Mr. Zelasco,
Aye.
Mr. Voss,
Aye.
Mr. Weiss,
Yes.
Ms. McKenzie.
Aye.
I vote aye.
Secondly, or thirdly, I guess, we want to make formal our objection to the bifurcation of the hearing to allow them to supplement their application. I don't expect that to be granted, but I just want to make sure that that's on the record.
Yes, I have a question. You asked us to combine or to bring in past meetings, and now you're saying that you object to the bifurcation. Am I
Well,
understanding?
I certainly understand the confusion, but I think there are two distinct motions. One was simply to make the record clear, but two is to say it's not a permissible act on the part of the Historic Conservation Board to have done it that way. It's simply to preserve the record for appeal.
Mr. Finney, would you accept the board recognizing your objection and not voting on
Sure,
the motion?
that is fine, absolutely fine.
Okay.
And then finally, is the question of how the board intends to deal with the 30 or more letters that you received and the plethora of testimony that's going to be offered after OTRCH on the direct, I believe, on the case in chief, where every single supportive letter, from what we've been able to ascertain, addresses the use issues that you've just prohibited. And we want all of that testimony that's come in to date and all of the testimony that will be offered or proffered after this to be stricken.
Well, all the letters have been distributed to all the members of the board. And I'm going to assume that the board members have read those letters. I'm sure that in those letters, there has been some mention of that usage factor, but I don't think that should automatically throw out those letters. If we understand that is not our purview, but I'd be reluctant to just to throw all those. I mean, almost every letter we received on it had some mention of that.
Sure, that's part of my point. And what do you want me to do this afternoon as you're receiving testimony? You want me to object every time? Because I don't want to keep interrupting. We'll be here all night. But at the same time, it's grossly unfair to us to exclude all of the relevant testimony that we want to present and to then allow it from the proponents.
So what's he saying?
You just flip through the highlighted sections.
We can recognize a running objection, Mr. Finney.
Okay, so you're going to let all of their testimony come in, but exclude ours, which you've already ruled. And then may I proffer the evidence that I wanted to so that the record is clear? Can I go ahead with my questioning, but it won't be considered?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Mr. Chairman, I'm totally confused by Mr. Finney's request. He's all over the place. First, he's asking for you to exclude our evidence, but he wants to proffer his. I don't understand. Can you explain exactly what?
Sure, I'll be glad to
doing
explain.
here?
I'll be glad to explain. Many times a court rules that certain evidence is inadmissible. In fact, we have a trial going on concurrently today in Stark County where that was a major issue. The judge said, no, none of that's admissible. And then we said, well, can we proffer it? So it's on the record in the court reporter's notes that when we go to appeal, the Court of Appeals, or in this case, I think the Common Pleas Court, will have an understanding of what the actual testimony would have been that you refused to hear. So it sounds to a layman may be absurd, but that's the way in my experience it works in court, that you proffer the evidence into the record so the record is complete, but that that the board has already said that they're not going to consider that evidence. So the Court of Appeals will know all the way up what the evidence was that you refused to consider.
So let me thank you for that. Let me understand, Mr. Chairman. The board's decision is that the determination of the proposed use is not an issue in the hearing. Either party, I think, can raise whatever issues they want. It's just a matter of whether they be considered by the board. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's not an issue in the case.
That is correct.
We could talk about the weather if we want, but that's not an issue in the case. So it's not going to be something that's voted on. It could still be in the record.
So what you say?
I think what's already in should probably remain in, and then any new evidence around use we could keep out. We won't ask about it if and there's no reason to have any more evidence proffered on it.
Is the panel waiting for more from me? Because I I feel like I've been heard on this issue. I think the matter is before you.
We're discussing it. After consideration, we've decided to allow the evidence to come in with the knowledge that we won't consider it. Is that
So
all
you're
right,
allowing,
Mr.
you're
Penny?
allowing, you're allowing a proffer, but saying you intend to disregard our evidence as to the use.
Yes.
Okay, great. I appreciate the granting of that motion. Thank you. Then you want me to proceed at this point with my questioning?
That'll be fine.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry for the complexity and the confusion of this. But unfortunately, I think it was appropriate and necessary, but thank you for your patience through that. What's the OPO?
I think that you were in the middle of Ben Ireland.
Mr. Ireland, I believe you were on cross. So in the drawing, and I'll have Ms. Gibson pull it up, there are identified to have private counseling offices on the property. What are those private counseling offices for?
So those will be for visiting professionals to provide counseling services if residents would like to utilize those services.
And can you tell us this population, is it intended that they will have regular counseling sessions? Can you get rid of that?
Pardon me, we're going to need to swear that witness in.
That's fine. Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Okay,
Mr. Eilerman, could you please raise your right hand? You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
okay, fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Eilerman, tell me about the population that is going to come into these units, or how do they come about getting here?
So I will defer to my colleague, Andy Hutzel, to speak to the specifics of the residents who will be here.
I appreciate that, but why don't you tell us your understanding?
My understanding is that they will be referred through the continuum of care, which is a central resource for dealing with folks who are dealing with homelessness.
And this thing you call continuum of care, is that an entity or is that part of a system?
I'm not sure I understand the difference.
Well, you said they'll be referred by, and then you gave us an object of that sentence, a continuum of care. What does that mean?
Oh. So yes, it's an agency.
There's something called, an agency called continuum of care?
That's my understanding.
And is that a product of the government, a court system? What is that?
I'm not sure.
And is the population similar to your other facilities here in Cincinnati?
We have several different types of facilities. It would be most similar to our Jimmy Heath House facility.
Okay, and tell me how they get there. They get there because they've been convicted and ordered by a judge to be there? Do they get there because a psychiatrist orders them to ask them to be there? Do they get there because they're somehow obligated to be there in order to get other benefits like housing or social services?
No, there's no involvement of the court system or mental health system, to my understanding.
So
I would defer to my colleague, Andy Hutzel, to speak to the specifics of it.
okay. And so then I had already asked you, but I guess I want to do it on the record after you've been sworn in. What are the private counseling offices shown on, what do we call this exhibit, Jessica?
This is the exhibit D to the suitor's statement.
Exhibit D to suitor's statement, the drawing of, what is this, the first floor of the building?
Yeah.
What are the counseling offices for?
They are rooms for visiting professionals to provide counseling for residents who choose to engage those services.
And is it totally optional for them to engage those services?
It is, yes.
And is it a condition of them being able to maintain their residence at the property?
It's my understanding that it's not.
And just so I understand, if I rent at a regular apartment building, to my knowledge, I've never seen an apartment building that has counseling offices. Why is this different?
This is something that the specific population has needed in the past, and so we want to provide that option here.
And why do you mean that? You say this population, how does this population differ from the public generally? And rent?
So they have typically experienced long-term homelessness. And so, again, I can't speak to the specifics of the population. I defer to my colleague, Andy Hutzel.
Okay, and so how do they come into contact with you? Because of this continuum of care refers to you people who have persistent instances of homelessness?
Objection, Mr. Chairman. Council is going down a line of questioning about who is using this property. That is irrelevant. Zoning does not consider who is renting these apartments. The definition of congregate housing does not determine who is renting these apartments. It would be inappropriate for the city of Cincinnati to make any determination based on who is renting these apartments.
All right, at this point, my understanding is we're doing a proffer, and the proffer would then not be subject to any relevance objections. We're just going to get through it and build the record. Is that something different than you understand, Mr. Suter?
Well, is this your proffer of evidence?
At this
relative
point,
to use?
at this point, it is, yes.
Okay. I can still object because I still think it's irrelevant, even if we're talking about that, but
But I mean, by definition, everything made under a proffer is not only irrelevant, you know, you're objecting to relevance, but the panel's already ruled on relevance. I'm just proffering it.
okay.
Hey, this is Attorney Jeff Nye. Can I jump in with a comment here, Mr. Chairman, about the procedure?
Okay,
Typically, in my experience, a proffer is made outside of the presence of the trier of fact. And while I appreciate that proffer should be made, in fact, I agree with Mr. Finney that the board should consider the legal question, even though I think Mr. Suter's answer to it is correct. I think maybe the simplest way to do this is to present the relevant evidence that the board is going to consider. And while the board is adjourned and deliberating, or after it, Mr. Finney can make his proffer to the court reporter outside the presence of the fact finder, the board, and outside the presence of other people who don't need to be there for it.
I would agree with Mr. Nye.
yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know how Mr. Finney would be able to get that information in. I understand this is a delicate situation, and I want to make sure we give everybody an ample opportunity to express all their arguments. I would say we have already voted once on this, and I was hoping that might send some kind of signal that we would like to limit that. But Mr. Finney, why don't you go ahead with your cross-examination?
And Mr. Chairman, if it please, I'm going to try to move through this as quickly as I can, if I can do so without objection. So I will try to do this efficiently, and apparently he's going to defer a lot of these questions to the next OTRCH witness, and so I'll go through them quickly. Can you tell me what the case manager's offices are for?
So I would prefer to defer all these specific questions to Mr. Hutzel.
I understand you do, but just tell me your understanding, please.
Sure. So for folks who will work with residents to address just really anything they might need.
And again, when I rent an apartment building in a typical location, I've never seen a case manager's office in an apartment building. Why?
Objection, sorry to interrupt, but objection, council's testifying.
I'm not testifying, I'm forming a question.
You're testifying.
Again, this will go on very long if everyone is objected to. It can go very fast if we just move through it.
I would object to the form of the question.
Okay, well, we'll just assume you object to
Why
everything.
don't you restate the question, Mr. Penny?
Well, again, why do we have case manager's office? I don't normally see those in apartment buildings. What's different about this use than a typical apartment building?
The fact that we provide common dining and facilities for folks to be there.
Yeah, but this isn't, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, please.
This isn't dining, this is case managers. Why do we have case managers in this building? What's different about this population that forces us to have case managers?
Yeah, certainly I've worked on many apartment buildings that have property manager and assistant property manager offices, concierge, if you will.
I'm really confused now. It says down here in the, I don't even know what, can you point to this one, Jessica? It says case manager, it doesn't say property manager. You telling me the case manager is really just the building manager? He manages the property,
No, they assist the residents. And so again, I'll defer to the specifics of that role to my colleague, Andy Hutzel.
I know you want to avoid the question, but I'm asking you, what is your understanding? I can get it from Mr. Hutzel as well, but what's your understanding?
My understanding is that they assist the residents with anything they might need.
Right. And what's different about this population that they need case managers versus a typical apartment building?
So they have experienced long-term homelessness.
Your Honor, objection. This has been asked and answered numerous times.
It really hasn't.
I agree.
The one was about private counseling.
Mr. Penny, let's move on.
Okay. Why do you have a visiting nurse room? What is the purpose of that? Actually, you have two of those.
To provide medical services for the residents.
And why do these residents, is that typical in an apartment building to provide medical services in a typical apartment building?
It depends on the type of apartment building.
A market level apartment building that doesn't serve people with chronic homelessness.
Objection,
Certainly.
Your Honor. This is the attorney testifying again.
I'm not testifying anything. I formed a question. There's nothing testimonial about that.
It's asked and answered.
No, I haven't asked that about
Here's
visiting
objection.
nurses.
What is that? Okay, I'm not ruling on the objection, but I recognize the objection.
So is it witness
And Mr.
instructed?
Penny,
Go ahead.
I don't want to limit your time, but let's move on.
I would be done with this if he didn't keep objecting. We're spending more time on the objections, the response to the objection.
That's terrific. Let's move on.
Okay, well, is he instructed to answer that question, or you're telling me that you're not going to allow him to answer that question?
He may answer that question if he chooses to.
Oh, that's a unique approach. Okay. So do you choose to answer that question, Mr. Ireland?
What is the question again?
What is different about this population that requires visiting nurses room that would be different than a typical apartment building of market rate housing?
I'll defer to my colleague, Andy Hutzel.
So you choose not to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have to have any license from a government agency in order to operate this facility?
It is my understanding, no.
Okay. Will any of the residents be recovering from drug or alcohol addiction as a general rule?
I anticipate yes, but I would defer to my colleague, Andy Hutzel.
And do you have rules about expelling them from the building if they continue with their drug and alcohol addiction problems?
I'm not sure. I defer to my colleague, Andy Hutzel.
Okay. Now I'd like to pull up Exhibit X. Do you know what this presentation is?
I saw it when it was submitted to the board.
Which board was
Mr.
that?
Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I do object to the introduction of this and any other evidence that was presented after the June 20th deadline for submitting evidence prior to the June 27th hearing date. The hearing date was continued. The hearing was postponed in the middle of the hearing due to the board's inability to maintain a quorum. The new hearing date doesn't start over on August 8th, and the other party does not have an opportunity to submit evidence that was not submitted prior to the June 27th. So I just object on the record as to that.
Mr. Chairman, that's already been ruled upon by, I believe, staff, and they've told us via in writing that all this is admitted.
And staff also said we could raise it, and we should raise it on the record here at the hearing.
Okay. Mr. Suter, are you making a motion that we should exclude that evidence?
That is correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second? No. I need to have an action on the motion. So the motion on the table is, or on the floor, is that we exclude that evidence that was submitted late. It was submitted after that hearing, excuse me. So I'll call the roll. Mr. Zelasco,
I'm gonna say aye.
Mr. Voss,
Aye.
Mr. Weiss,
aye,
Ms. McKenzie,
No.
Vice Chairman votes aye. That motion is passed.
Thank you.
So my understanding is even on proffer, you're not going to allow me to ask any questions about Exhibit X. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the Mr. Eilerman, the population of this building, the way you get tenants is the same as with the Jimmy Heath house. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And can you explain to us what that is?
I believe they are referred from the continuum of care. And again, I defer to my colleague.
Okay. And then Exhibit D that was tendered regarding traffic. You pulling that up, Jessica?
This is just the applicant's exhibit B.
The applicant's Exhibit D. You're pulling that up?
Yeah.
Is that the same thing we were looking at before? Oh.
Just
And then how many offices, in fact, will be on this first floor?
How many offices? So there'll be two offices that are right at the entry, and then we'll have the case management offices and the visiting medical professionals for a total of seven.
Okay, so my understanding is you'll have 2 full-time employees staffing this, and then the other 5 will be whether counselors and nurses are coming and going. So you could have as many as 7, but as few as 2 at any particular time.
I believe that there could be as few as 1 at a time. And, but again, I defer to my colleague, Andy Hutzel, on the specifics of the operation.
Okay. How much does Over-the-Rhine community housing pay in property taxes on the properties that have similar functions, such as the Jimmy Heath house?
I believe that Jimmy Heath house is a tax exempt property. So in that case, it would be 0.
And you expect the same for this?
Yes.
Mr. Finney, you're muted.
Mr. Ireland, has the police department or fire department issued any written reports or recommendations about this project?
Not that I know of.
Have you sought any?
No.
Do you know the number of low-income housing institutions, institutional housing, that are located in Over-the-Rhine already?
I do not.
The density of this property be 1 unit per 227.27 square feet. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And your application claims that up to 64 people could reside on a property with 14 dwelling units as a right, correct?
That is correct.
And that assumes that you had 4 people living in each one of those units then, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
What is the average household size for this building going to be?
1.
And what is the average household size for this census area?
I don't know that.
Okay. So realistically, how many people would actually live in a property like this with 14 residential units?
I believe it would depend on the number of bedrooms in those units.
And is it your contention that you could get 64 bedrooms on a lot this size?
Yes.
You received competitive 9% HTC funding from the Ohio Housing Finance Agency for this project. Is this correct?
Yes.
Was that the minimum? What was the minimum number of units that you needed to secure that funding?
We felt like it was 44, weighing a number of factors.
And how did you conclude that?
We concluded it by looking at the site area that was available, the architecture that we could appropriately put on the lot, the financial feasibility of constructing and of operating the facility.
Are you saying the financing agency would not have approved the 9% funding if you didn't have at least 44 units on the site?
I can't speak for them.
Then I didn't understand your answer. What was the minimum number of units you needed to secure that funding?
It's a competitive process, and so I can't. I don't know how to answer that.
So a contention by OTRCH that this was in fact the minimum that would have secured that funding is not correct.
No, I don't believe that's true.
I'm sorry, you answered a negative with a negative. So you believe that it was in fact the minimum necessary to get the financing. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I do believe that it was the minimum necessary to get the financing.
Okay, let me turn you to our Exhibit C. My client's Exhibit C. Okay, so we have provided the panel with Exhibit C. I don't know if you can zoom that out a little bit, Jessica, which is in fact the funding requirements for the HTC funding from the Ohio Housing Finance Agency. And there's nothing at all on here about density, is there?
Not to my knowledge.
Then where do you come up with the idea that a minimum of 44 units is required to have obtained that funding?
So there are a variety of factors that they evaluate as part of their review, is my understanding.
Sure, we have dozens laid out here for you, but none of them are density, are they?
Yeah, and so part of those are the operating cost and making sure that the rents that will be received are able to cover those operating costs. And so that's,
right, and yet
it's directly related to the number of units in the.
Okay, are you finished?
I am, yes.
Okay, but you have other projects existing and proposed that are far less dense that are able to sustain this same funding. Is that correct?
Less dense than this. I imagine so, yes.
Well, how is it those other projects were successfully able to get that 9% funding, but this one could not without this incredible 44 density in this small lot?
So each site is different, each score is different, and in particular, the number of bedrooms in each of those units.
I don't understand. If you have ratios that you need to meet and you need a certain density to meet those ratios for the return, how is it different here versus somewhere else? Wouldn't it be the same everywhere?
No, it would not.
Why not?
Because
I don't know if you've been silenced or whatever, but I can't hear you any longer. Did they freeze up?
Let's see, you still.
Can anybody hear me? I'm not getting any.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It looks as though he's frozen, Mr. Finney. His head has not moved.
So how would the panel like me to proceed?
Well, let's, I don't know what his situation is, whether or not he's going to be coming back here. I guess maybe the thing to do would be to go on. Do you have another witness you'd like to call?
Well, we're still on OTRCH's case in chief, so I guess we would suspend my cross and we would just go to their next witness.
Yeah, that would be fine, Mr. Chairman, if we want to
Okay.
do that until we can reconnect with Mr. Eilerman.
That would be fine.
Okay, we would like to ask Mr. Graham Colby.
Hey, Sean,
Yes.
can I jump in real quick? This is Jeff Nye with one question real quick.
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to let everyone know that I intend to ask a very small number of questions to Mr. Eilerman when he comes back. I don't think I'm going to question any other witnesses. I just don't want you to forget about me over here. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Do you have another witness that you would like to call? I'm muted.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
We'd like to call Graham Colby.
okay. Let's see him up there. Oh, okay. Mr. Colley, you're muted. Yeah, and we need to swear you in.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
Mr. Colby, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Thank you. Could you please state your name for the record?
Graham Cowley.
And Mr. Colby, what do you do for a living?
I'm an architect.
And where do you work?
I am the principal in charge at New Republic Architecture at 1936 Ray Street here in Over-the-Rhine.
And what is your relationship to the Over-the-Rhine community housing?
They're the client on this project, and we've known and worked with OTRCH in various capacities since 2009.
How many other projects have you worked with OTRCH on?
I believe we have 3 or 4 currently in the works right now.
And if you worked with them in the past, you mentioned as well?
Yes.
Okay. And do you do, would you say you do a fair amount of your architectural design work in the Over-the-Rhine neighborhood?
Absolutely. Maybe 50%.
Okay. And since this case is about the certificate of appropriateness for the design. Could you give us an overview of the architectural design your firm has developed for the Dunlap property?
Absolutely. We were tasked with producing a design that met the architectural guidelines for the Over-the-Rhine Historic District, as well as the Ohio Housing Finance Agency and the various programmatic requirements of the client, and hopefully to achieve that optimal score for the 9% competitive tax credit. And then we were kind of tasked with delivering a design that kind of met with some fundamental good urban design principles, especially good urban design principles here in Over-the-Rhine, including kind of building to zero lot lines on the main street frontages, establishing a base, middle, and top that's kind of a par for the course with the Over-the-Rhine infill guidelines for new construction. We also wanted to create a building that spoke to the spirit of the time. We did not want it to be replicative of existing historic fabric, but to sort of work in concert with the existing historic fabric, and really develop a background building to the district. And what I mean by that is it should be a distinctive design, but should not distinctly stand out from the surrounding fabric. And I think our building accomplishes that.
You mentioned a base, middle, and top. Can you elaborate on how the building that you designed satisfies the requirement to have a strong base, middle, and top?
Sure. So our building has a base that's of a larger format masonry product, which is kind of an Arras-craft stone that's a lighter in color. It's kind of a grayish color, kind of to anchor the building to the ground. And then the middle, that's kind of relatively at 1 story, and then a field brick that forms the middle. So that's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor that we populate with window fenestration. And then at the top, the guidelines suggest that there's a distinctive treatment of where the building meets the sky. And so we've got a somewhat minimalist cornice. We did not feel like we wanted to sort of compete with some of the more decorative or elaborate cornices that you find throughout the Over-the-Rhine Historic District.
And the guidelines require a roof that is similar to adjacent buildings with little or no overhang. Can you tell us about the roof in this design?
Correct. So our building has a marginally pitched, but for sake of architecture, you would call that a flat roof, where we can put our residential air conditioning compressors. But it's part of the typology of Over-the-Rhine. Many buildings in Over-the-Rhine have a subtly pitched or almost flat roof that you can find throughout the district.
And can you describe the window pattern that you've designed?
Sure. So the window pattern is it's a series of double hung windows, sometimes paired, sometimes single. They are taller than they are wide as per the historic district guidelines, and they are paired to react to the dwelling units that we've created behind them, not unlike other buildings, existing buildings in Over-the-Rhine, where the window placement is a function of where dwelling units are and the functions within those dwelling units, the different rooms. So again, we've paired them, and pairs of double hung windows can be found throughout Over-the-Rhine, and as well as single double hung windows are also found throughout Over-the-Rhine.
Mr. Colby, why is the pairing of those windows important or necessary to the interior program of the building?
So some of them are focused on or designed to give more natural light to the relatively deep, narrow units that we have. So we have 37 studio apartments. And so those ganged windows together just give that much more opportunity for light for the residents.
And can you describe the design of the building entrance?
Certainly. So we have a 1-story sort of storefront-esque entry that's on the corner of Dunlap and Henry. There's probably hundreds of corner entry buildings throughout the Over-the-Rhine Historic District. This one has a small orange colored canopy that is designed to, that orange color carries into and beyond the glass storefront to sort of create a little bit of a warm, inviting corner entry to the building.
Okay. The guidelines encourage new construction on corner sites to be built up to the edge of both outside property lines. What is the setback for this proposed building and why?
The setback on Colby, Dunlap, and Henry is 0. You can see throughout Over-the-Rhine Historic District that 0 lot line configuration on the fronts of buildings is extremely prevalent throughout the district.
And that's by right, correct?
Correct.
So what is the need for the 10-foot variance on the rear?
Sure. So we've created a small service court that is designed to house a couple of parking spaces, a dumpster enclosure, a little bit of an amenity area for the residents. And as we get into the design development of the building, there's going to be other things that we'll look for that service court to deal with, including an electric transformer and other items of a more technical nature. And so it felt like condensing all of those things into a 10-foot wide strip at a backyard, in a backyard setback configuration is problematic. All those things have to kind of coexist together. So having a more square courtyard works much better in that aspect.
Can you elaborate on why a 10-foot wide strip in the rear yard would be problematic?
There's just not enough turning radii to get there enough room to really get a garbage truck through there or to place a electric transformer. It makes it more difficult for fire department access should there be a incident to get to all parts of the building. So the idea is to kind of give some relief and give this service court in the building.
How deep is that service court?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but I would guess. So it's probably, let's see, it's 33.5 feet in the north-south and 64 in the east-west direction.
Those are the dimensions of the proposed service court. Right?
Correct. So it's a much more usable service court footprint than a 10 by 100 foot rear yard, which would be a rear yard and not a service court.
Why do you need to build the building up to and against the adjacent building for 36 feet, 11.5 inches of the building? Why not just have a 10-foot setback there?
Essentially, we're trying to complete the square and present some good urban form to the project and to help achieve the density that we need.
When you say a good urban form, can you elaborate on what you mean by that?
Yeah, we're trying to continue the street edge along Colby Alley, and then continue the street edge along Dunlap and along Henry Street.
And why is that important for the urban form?
Maintaining that pedestrian edge is really, really important. Just in terms of we're taught even in school that we need to kind of hold that urban edge to kind of avoid sort of dead spaces and avoid sort of out of the way spaces and really help enliven the street edge.
Can you tell us about the height of the building and why you have proposed the height of the building at 41 feet 9 inches?
Sure. So that is that's basically when you're given a program like this, you kind of stack up the minimum floor to ceiling height and the minimum floor to floor height dimensions that you can provide by code. And the zoning code is somewhat designed to allow, it kind of understands inherently that 45 feet can achieve a 4-story building within it. So roughly an 8-foot ceiling height and then a 2-foot truss space times 4 is 40 feet plus or minus.
And what do the historic district guidelines say about height?
They say this should not vary from 1 story. It should not vary more than 1 story from adjacent contributing buildings.
And does this vary more than 1 story from adjacent contributing buildings?
No, it does not.
Are there non-contributing buildings adjacent to the property?
The building immediately to the north comes to mind as one of those.
Now let's talk about the materials of the building. Can you tell us why you chose or selected the materials that are proposed on the building?
Sure. So, you know, masonry is a very prevalent building material. It's overwhelmingly the dominant building material in Over-the-Rhine. So that was a logical choice, as well as just sort of its durability and permanence. And we worked hand in hand with the Over-the-Rhine infill committee through numerous iterations to develop sort of this language, this masonry language that you see in front of you. We also provide subtle masonry details, again, going back to that theme of it's a background building rather than sort of a attention grabbing look at me building. So we've got some small brick details around some of the window surrounds, and then sort of subtle brick headers at some of the other single windows.
Is the in your opinion, is the density, the maximum density that's prescribed in the zoning code for this zone, is that appropriate in Over-the-Rhine?
Absolutely. We're big proponents of density in our studio. Our mission is to put people in vacant buildings and buildings in vacant lots. So we really believe in density. And almost, I would say the overwhelming 95 to 99% of our projects in Over-the-Rhine, including existing buildings that we rehab, need to get a density variance.
And is that because the zoning code is outmoded relative to density or out of touch?
I would say so, yes.
One second, Mr. Chairman, I'm just looking here to see what other questions I might have. Can you tell us, tell the board why you designed the entrance and the parking lot to front on Dunlap on the west side of the building rather than Colby Alley on the east side of the building?
Colby Alley just doesn't have the width. We love to see alleys return to productive use, but in this case, Colby doesn't have the width, and we wanted a good, solid, welcoming street presence at the corner, the intersection of Dunlap and Henry, to sort of reinforce that 4 corners of Dunlap and Henry. Again, going back to that idea of building a good urban street edge.
What's the property currently used for?
It's a parking lot.
Is it a surface parking lot?
Correct.
And this will infill approximately what percentage of that parking lot?
I'm going to say 85, 90.
And as an urbanist and an architect, is that a good thing?
I believe it's a great thing.
Why?
We believe that, you know, any good city worth their salt has a parking problem, and I'd rather see people than parking lots and parking spaces. in our urban core. The more people we have of all types, the better, the stronger our urban core will be.
And this building only includes 2 parking spaces, is that correct?
Correct.
Off-street parking spaces.
Correct.
Okay, why not include more?
There isn't the room, and again, any city worth its salt, you know, finds alternate places to park. And from our clients' direction and understanding, there would be a minimal amount of residents who actually have cars where they need to park.
Is there public parking available adjacent to this property?
There's several surface parking lots around.
What about street parking? Is street parking available?
I park on the street every day in our office here up on Ray Street. So yes, street parking is available.
But what about adjacent to the subject property?
I think there is some. There is some on the south side of Henry Street. Yes.
And how far is this from the closest streetcar stop?
You can see it from the corner of Dunlap and Henry, or close to it. It's in front of Rhinegeist, so 1 block.
And is this on a bus line?
It
Near
is
a bus line?
It's near on a bus line on Elm Street, yes.
One second while we just check and see if there's anything else, please. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Suter. Mr. Finney, would you like to cross-examine?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I guess I was struck by your testimony in that the things that are in the zoning code are not to be complied with or guides, but in fact, things that you work against and intend to avoid. Is that correct?
No, not. We don't intend to avoid principles in the zoning code.
Okay, so the zoning code.
We work with our partners in the City of Cincinnati zoning office on projects like this.
Okay, but the zoning code requires a 10-foot setback, and yet you say good urban form would have 0 lot line setback. You're working directly contrary to the express language in the zoning code when you do that, for the purpose, you claim, of having a better design than the zoning code contemplates.
The zoning code can't contemplate everything, and it doesn't totally contemplate urban architecture.
But the zoning code
sometimes it does, but sometimes it doesn't.
But this zoning code was made with the full anticipation of urban architecture of this area, an urban area. This isn't Westwood. This is a dense urban area that the zoning code was adopted to, in fact, plan for. Is that correct?
I can't speak to their intent.
But you believe the urban form that you have developed with this plan is better than the plan that was set forth by the planners when they adopted the zoning code.
I think it meets the intent of the zoning code, and it completes the idea that we need to put buildings on vacant lots.
But why not put a building that complied with the zoning code versus one that needs a variance?
Sometimes the answer that we come up with is better than what the zoning code intended.
But not always.
Not always. We don't always seek variances.
And then as to density, they're seeking a variance for greater density, but you believe you're wiser to allow this greater density on this site.
It's a common urban, fundamental urban tenet that density is a better thing.
But better than what? Better than what the Planning Commission has thoughtfully and intentionally adopted, just because you think it's better.
It's a fundamental. I can't speak to what was in their intent or not.
Not their intent, your intent. You intend to create greater density than the city objectively determined was optimal for this site because you think it's better.
And we do that all the time with our clients and with our partners at the city.
So rather than just comply with the objective requirements that the city creates, you interject your judgment that you've got a better idea and therefore seek a variance.
Sometimes.
And that's the case here.
My
This
phone
this is
overheated.
this is the
I
solution.
got interrupted, so then they moved on to another person.
I didn't understand the objection. What is it?
No, Ben, I'm now hearing Ben Eilerman, the previous witness, in my headset, so I don't know if everybody else is.
You can go ahead and answer the question.
So we work with our owners, our clients, our design partners, and administrators at the city to work out a solution that tries to mitigate different design constraints on a project.
And rather than comply with the zoning code, you determined that was in your attorney, in the attorney who was questioning you's words, outmoded and out of touch. Is that right?
I think that codes can evolve. They always do.
And you desire to pursue greater parking problems with the projects in Over-the-Rhine that you pursue. You think that's a positive thing for the community.
I don't desire to create parking problems. I think that we rather have more people than cars.
But I wrote down what you said. You said you want parking problems because that
I
makes.
did not say that.
I need to be allowed to finish my question. You can answer it. I wrote down, you said you want parking problems because that makes for a stronger urban core. That's not what you said?
I said that cities with parking problems have a much stronger urban core. If you think of all the great cities, they all have more people than cars.
So parking problems are a desired end.
No, that's not correct.
What is the point of the city having density restrictions?
You'd have to ask the city.
Yeah, but you have said that it's consistent with the intent of the zoning code. So I'm asking you what that intent is. How is creating a density that exceeds the density that they objectively set conform with their desires as expressed by the zoning code?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the city. They
No,
wrote the
but
code.
you testified that it was consistent with the intent of the zoning code, did you not?
It's the intent of the zoning code, yeah.
Okay, how is it consistent with the intent of the zoning code to violate the zoning code?
Not trying to violate the zoning code. I'm trying to develop and design the building that our team has that would like to create.
Which is then inconsistent with the zoning code, requiring you to get a variance.
And we do variances all the time for density.
That's interesting to hear, but you testified that that was therefore consistent with the zoning code. It seems to me to be very clearly inconsistent with the zoning code. Is that correct?
I don't know what I can't speak to who wrote the zoning code.
Okay. And therefore you can't testify that it in fact is consistent with the intent of the zoning code.
Again, I can't testify to what their intent was. I wasn't there to write their zoning code.
Okay, and as to the height of the building, what were your considerations in pursuing that?
It's relatively a math equation in terms of seeking to achieve that density and creating a form that fills the urban void that the parking lot currently creates. So
would a two-story building or a three-story building have filled that urban void that you described?
No, four-story building would be much better.
Why?
Because it kind of completes the street. It's more height-wise, it achieves more of a datum line with the rest of the buildings in the district.
So the city has articulated standards for density, which manifest themselves in setbacks and density requirements. And you've substituted your judgment. You believe that greater density is a greater good than what the city has articulated by means of the code.
I didn't make any judgment. This is what the entire team thought would fit well on the site.
I don't understand that. Would a 3-story building have fit well on the site?
Not as good as a 4-story building.
Well, I'm sorry. How wide is the lot?
It's the same width. It's 100 by 100.
Uh-huh. And how does that change if you have a 3-story building versus a 4-story building? It would fit the site either way, wouldn't it?
It would fit in two dimensions in east, west, and north, south. And then height is established by the buildings surrounding, the contributing buildings surrounding it.
The point is you started with a density either requirement or a desire to cram as many units as you could on here, and then you conformed a building to that requirement. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Finney, do you have additional questions?
If you just give me a minute, I'm conferring
Okay,
with my
okay.
co-counsel. Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't make that clear. I don't have any more questions for this witness.
Additional questions? No, okay, fine.
This is Jeff Nye. I do have.
Yeah, Mr. Nye, I was just going to call on you. Would you like to make some questions?
Thank you. Mr. Colby, I'm Jeff Nye. I represent the FL Emmert Company. Mr. Suter asked you a question about orientation towards Dunlap as opposed to Colby Alley, which is an issue that I had raised with him previously. And I think what you said was that Colby wasn't wide enough to accommodate garbage trucks and so on. Is that right?
I think it's like 10 feet wide or 9.5 feet wide, and just the turning radius is a real challenge.
So it's kind of an operational or logistical issue with putting the parking lot on the east side?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. It seems to me that that explanation only applies to the parking lot and courtyard. So my question is there any operational or logistical reason that the resident entrance couldn't be oriented to the east side so that it's away from the heavy equipment and truck traffic on Dunlap and closer to the public transportation and so on that you mentioned over on Elm?
I mean, I think from a distance standpoint, we're only talking about 100 feet. So that's a 30-second walk in terms of that. And just we try to reinforce the hierarchy of the intersection. So in this case, the hierarchy is Dunlap and Henry is the primary intersection versus Henry and Colby, which is a secondary or tertiary intersection because it's really an alley. So we're trying to put the front door where a front door would want to be.
I appreciate that answer. My question though is not whether it's a longer walk from Elm. The question is whether there's anything we can do to separate the resident entrance from the trucks over on Dunlap. That's the distance I'm concerned about. So rather than 0 feet if you have it on the southwest, it's now 100 feet if you have it on the southeast. That seems like a valuable distance. So I hear you saying this is a design principle that's important to you, but is there any logistical or operational reason you couldn't do it? Is it all design, I guess is my question.
I guess, I would think that, the pedestrian should be able to occupy the sidewalk and be able to walk down the sidewalk and, and then cross the crosswalk in their zone unimpeded versus deferring to heavy trucks or heavy equipment. I'm not totally sure I understand the question, but that's what I'm hearing.
My question is there any reason the building wouldn't work with pedestrian entrance on the east if that was safer? Is it just a design preference?
It might work. We'd have to kind of study that.
Thank you. That's all I got.
Mr. Chairman, is there an opportunity for redirect?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Colby. How many buildings have you designed during your career in Over-the-Rhine? Approximately.
Renovations and new builds, maybe 40, 50, I don't know. Never really counted like that.
And of those buildings that you've designed in Over-the-Rhine, is it common to run into practical difficulties in Over-the-Rhine?
It's probably the most difficult place in the city to build for a number of reasons.
And when you run into those practical difficulties designing in Over-the-Rhine, do you typically seek a variance?
Yes,
And the variance addresses those practical difficulties, right?
correct.
And the city of Cincinnati has a process for granting a variance when you've run into practical difficulties, correct?
Correct.
It is not your intention to design an illegal building, right?
No,
And in this case, Mr. Colby, can you remind the board or testify as to what the practical difficulties are that led you and Over-the-Rhine Community Housing to seek the two variances it's seeking in this case?
sure. So again, the density variance, which you know, I think the point was made earlier that you know, by right we could do 14 units in the same volume of building. So the volume of building, which is what I'm primarily concerned with, it remains unchanged. Is the density variance to help with the operational constraints of the project. And then the 10-foot rear yard setback helps the service court, helps condense and give it a more, the zoning code would have permitted a 10-foot by 100-foot rear yard, which does not function as a service court. The more 30 to 40 foot by 60-foot service court, more squarish footprint, helps get a bunch of things that are needed in urban developments in a more functional capacity.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Colby. No further questions.
At this point in time, I'm going to call a approximate 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at that time. Thank you.
You okay? Yeah, what? Okay, you can move from scene. Okay, you can move from.
Let's get a question. Let that guy.
Okay. Okay, I'm pouring us back into session. I see Mr. Eilerman is returned. Mr. Finney, would you like to complete your examination of Mr. Eilerman?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that opportunity.
Okay. Hold on just a second.
You're on page 3.
Okay, we just want to make sure we have a quorum. There's myself, Mr. Weiss, Ms. McKenzie, Mr. Zelasco, and Mr. Voss. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Penny.
Thank you. Mr. Eilerman, what year did OTRCH acquire the property, either in its current form or a predecessor corporation?
I believe it was 1992, but I would have to look at the document specifically.
So I think that's 30 years. Is that right?
That's the math I come up with.
Okay. And do you know what the purchase price was of the property?
I do not.
Do you know what the value was upon its acquisition?
I do not.
How much income is currently generated from the property each year?
I don't know specifically. I would defer to some of my colleagues for that.
And who would that be, Mr.?
Mr. Hutzel or Ms. Rivers.
And is Mr. Hutzel in fact going to testify?
I believe so.
Okay. At the time OTRCH acquired the property, do you know what the density restrictions were that were in place at that time?
I do not.
Are you familiar with the city recently considering relaxing its density restrictions by ordinance and it rejected that?
I am, yes.
Can you tell us the circumstances of that?
Could you say that a different way?
Well, what was the proposal that was rejected?
It's my understanding that it was.
Objection. This is irrelevant to this particular case.
It really isn't, because he's testified, Mr. Chairman, that the use is consistent with the intent of the zoning code. If the city intentionally reconsidered recently a change in the zoning code as to density, that would reaffirm what their intention was, which was to affirm the density requirements, not to ignore them.
The city's legislation, recent legislation is
Go ahead, Ms.
to this matter, so it's irrelevant.
Go ahead, Mr. Penny.
I'm sorry, I
You
stated.
can
my
ask,
position.
you can ask your question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. What were the circumstances of what was the amendment that was proposed?
I believe it was to remove any density requirements, any lot area requirements for several zones.
So it'll allow you then to have the density you desire here.
That and more.
Yeah, and when was that considered by council?
Just a couple months ago. I don't recall the exact date.
So sometime after February, March of 2022.
I believe so, but I
So
don't recall that exact date. Do you
So
have
in the
that
last,
date?
may I go?
Oh, yeah, I was just asking if you had that date. I don't recall it.
Okay, so just within the last few months, Cincinnati City Council, which amends the zoning code, considered and rejected an amendment that would remove density restrictions and reaffirmed the density restrictions, therefore, that are currently in place. Is that correct?
I know they rejected the requirement. I don't recall a vote of affirmation.
Mr. Chair, could I interrupt? Can you, Mr. Finney, do you have a title for what that specific proposal was?
I think
There's several reconsiderations out there.
you think there were several different ordinances
There-
considered by the council?
There have been several proposals for
Okay,
zoning.
we do have that as an exhibit somewhere, if you hold on.
Thank you.
Exhibit, or we just mentioned it?
By the way, I believe that's in our submittal, a letter to the Historic Conservation Board, which is what we're looking up now.
It may also be under.
This is Jeff Nye. I'll jump in to say that page 8 and 9 of the staff report references ordinance 2021-01677 that city council declined to adopt.
Does that satisfy you, Mr. Zalasco? Mr. Zalasco, does that satisfy your
Yeah.
question?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I see where that was struck, and that the reason I'm asking is there's been the Mohawk area plan, the Brewery District plan, Plan Cincinnati, Over-the-Rhine comprehensive plan. Those were all current. I didn't know if that was part of one of those, or was this something entirely different?
My understanding it was the ordinance would have lifted all density requirements citywide as a blanket, is my understanding. And
That's
was
not
rejected.
accurate, Mr. Chairman. That's not accurate at all.
Okay, then I stand corrected.
It was going to change the density requirements. It was not going to eliminate all density requirements citywide.
You can move forward from my request. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you know what the setback requirements were at the time the property was acquired 30 years ago?
I do not.
can you testify that there were in fact no density requirements or setback requirements at that time?
I cannot.
You say the OTRCH has done community outreach for this project. Are you aware of the various petitions in opposition to the project that have been circulated?
I have seen some, yes.
Okay, and have you considered their concerns as to, for example, density and setback?
Yes, we've looked at them. We've looked at options. We've looked at options for how we can make this work, and we weren't able to accommodate those.
But we've established that you could have gotten the same funding, state funding for this project with lower density, but you elected not to do that. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
Which part of that is not correct?
We do not know that we could have gotten this funding without this density.
But you don't know you couldn't have gotten it with a lower density either.
That's correct.
Okay. And then what developer will be working on this project with you?
Just Over-the-Rhine Community Housing.
You don't have a contractor or developer identified to work with you on that?
We have a general contractor, yes, Model Construction.
And is it your intention to share the developer fee with them that comes out of this project, or is that for OTRCH?
It is only for OTRCH.
Okay.
I believe you're muted.
I'm consulting with co-counsel. Sorry about that. Hold on just. I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, Mr. Nye, would you like to question the witness?
Yes, sorry. I had a little trouble unmuting myself there. Mr. Ireland, Jeff Nye, represent the FL Emmert Company. I have just a few questions for you. You said you've selected the model group as the general contractor. And one of the issues that my client had, I think, previously raised with you and I'd raised with your counsel is whether it's possible to reorient the project across the north-south axis. Do you remember those discussions?
I do, yes.
Okay, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the response I think that you passed on to my client was that it wasn't feasible for the reason that Model Group said they needed to use the courtyard and parking area for crane picks and material staging, and they didn't think they could do that if the courtyard were off of Colby Alley rather than Dunlap. Is that essentially correct?
Yeah, they felt it would be much more difficult if that would have been off Colby Alley.
Did they consider whether that would have been feasible off of Colby Alley if the property had the required 10-foot setback?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. That response that they need the parking or courtyard area for staging and crane picks doesn't have anything to do with where the entrance is located, does it?
No.
Okay. In other words, that even if the position is that the construction logistics require the courtyard to be on the northwest, there isn't any construction logistics related reason, as far as you know, that the entrance couldn't be on the southeast away from the truck and forklift traffic. Is that right?
Could you say that again, please? I apologize.
I'll try. So even if your position is that the courtyard and parking area needs to be on the northwest for just construction logistics reasons, as far as you know, there isn't any construction logistic reason that the entrance couldn't be on the southeast side. Is that right?
No construction reasons, that's correct.
Okay. You shared with my client and your counsel shared with me an excerpt from Model's proposal that included some temporary lane closures on both Dunlap and Henry. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah, it was a preliminary look at what it might take to construct this.
Has there been any updated or final look, so to speak?
No, we are still developing the drawings. And so the exact details of how it's put together from a design standpoint is going to influence how it's put together from a construction standpoint.
Okay. Did you or model consider the impact of the closure of those lanes on the existing surrounding uses or existing surrounding neighbors or contributing buildings?
Absolutely, yeah. That's why we asked contractors who are responding to the RFP to look specifically at how that was going to impact neighboring businesses. And so we remain committed, as I've expressed to your client, to working through solutions that minimize any impact whatsoever.
And I appreciate that. But does the plan or the proposal from model include any kind of security, whether it's a bond to secure performance or whether it's a condition of permitting that that a court could enforce if necessary to guarantee that that work won't impact the business of my client who's been operating there for 115 years?
No, it does not include anything like that.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Suter, would you like to call your next witness?
May I redirect Mr. Eilerman?
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Eilerman, can you reiterate for the board what the mission of Over-the-Rhine Community Housing is?
Sure. The mission is to develop, own, and manage resident-centered affordable housing and to create an inclusive community that benefits low-income residents.
And when you say affordable housing and low-income residents, can you educate the board on what that means?
Sure. So affordable housing simply means that someone spends no more than 30% of their income on their rent. And so, as I believe most of us have seen in the headlines, there's a dire need for that type of housing in our region.
And why is it important that they don't spend more than 30% of their income on rent?
Sure, that other 70% is critical to being able to eat, to clothe oneself, to be able to live a full life.
And so these are 44 one-bedroom units that you're planning, right?
Studio and one-bedroom units, that's correct.
And do you have rents assigned to these yet?
So the rent will, they'll vary depending upon funding sources that we might get that would help support the rents of residents. But many of our residents will have limited income. And so again, they'll contribute 30% of that.
And so their rent will depend on what they can contribute?
Largely, I will defer on that to Mr. Hutzel on the specifics of what the residents will pay.
Got it. But they are leasing these units, the residents, correct?
That's right. Yep, they'll lease the units just like the rest of our portfolio. So this is the exact same lease that we use in every single one of our units.
And are these like weekly leases or monthly leases?
So all residents are asked to sign a 1-year lease.
Oh, they're annual 1-year leases. Okay.
That's correct.
A lot's been asked about why 44 units. Can you explain how this project is funded?
Sure. So I can speak specifically to the development of the project, where that is my role. And so this project is funded largely through the use of low-income housing tax credits. And so those are tax credits that are awarded through the state Ohio Housing Finance Agency to the project. And then the project then sells those credits to investors. That will generate the majority of the funds for the construction of the building. And those are really critical because it allows us to build the project with, in this case, no permanent debt. And so the rents that we collect that are below market rent are able to be used to only pay for the operations of the building.
And why is it necessary that this be subsidized in that manner?
Because the residents simply don't have the income to pay rent that will cover the expenses needed to operate the building.
And so could you build a 16-unit building here and offer the rents that you're offering to these tenants?
No, we could not.
And so why 44?
So we did several what we call models or pro formas. So essentially budgets where we looked at what it would take in order to cover all the expenses to run this building, including staffing at the front desk 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, including utilities, including upkeep, and kind of put those costs against the rents that we were able to collect. And so that resulted in really a minimum of 44 units to be able to operate this facility.
So your goal, Over-the-Rhine Community Housing's goal, was not to cram as many units as they possibly could on this lot?
No, I take objection to that, to the use of cramming units on here. We're providing substantially sized units that at a minimum of 450 square feet with full kitchen, full bathroom, generously sized, in my opinion, all the way up to over 650 square feet.
And is this a real problem, Mr. Eilerman? People not having housing in the urban core?
Oh my gosh, it's tremendous. I think any of us who live, work, or visit the Over-the-Rhine neighborhood can, just plainly see it every day.
I just want to make sure my continuing objection is on the record. After we were told that we were not allowed to put anything in the record about use, the witness is now testifying extensively about the dire need for this use. It's just, it really, well, my objection is stated.
Mr. Chairman, he's testifying as to why 44 units are needed, an issue that was raised by Mr. Finney. So he can testify to the demand that's driving this count versus building a 16-unit building.
Correct. And all of these issues intertwine between what the use is, how the use could be modified, and what the use is proposed versus this need for the density. It's all intertwined, but the panel has elected inappropriately to exclude our testimony, but allow all of this to come in about how important and critical this particular use is to the community and what that use is. All I was exploring is what that use is, and they said, no, you can't do that. So I just want my objection to be on the record. It is a completely unfair process to allow their testimony to come in unrestricted without objection and ours to be excluded. That's what you've done, but I just want my objection on the record. Thank you.
Your objection is noted.
And Mr. Eilerman, did you do any sort of demand analysis in developing this proposal?
We did. We had a third-party market study completed that demonstrated the need for these units.
How many units are necessary according to that demand study in Over-the-Rhine currently? Do you know?
I don't know offhand, no.
But 44, there's demand for 44 at least, right? That's a minimum.
Oh, many more than 44 units, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Eilerman. No further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Suter, you can call your next witness.
The applicant doesn't have any further witnesses to call. We had reserved 2 witnesses for rebuttal if necessary. Those 2 witnesses were Andy Hutzel and Mary Rivers.
Okay, thank you very much.
I would just like to note for the record that the witness, Mr. Ireland, repeatedly refused to answer my questions, deferring to some purported witness in the future by the name of Mr. Hutzel, and then they elect not to present Mr. Hutzel, and therefore the panel is not educated on those critical issues. I'm fine with it. They can call whatever witnesses they want, but I just want to point that out.
And we've reserved Mr. Hutzel for rebuttal. Mr. Finney can certainly call him. He's present.
It's your call.
Great, I'll do that on my case in chief. Thank you.
So call your witness.
I'm sorry, has the applicant rested?
We have for now. We did reserve rebuttal witnesses.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll start with Mr. Hutzel.
Do I need to?
Yeah, Mr. Hudson, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing
Go
but
ahead and pull up that exhibit D.
Yes.
Mr. Hutzel, could you please state your full name and address for the record?
Andy Hutzel. My work address,
That's fine.
114 West 14th Street.
Okay, and what is your role with OTRCH?
Director of Housing Services.
And what is your role with the project?
I manage all of our permanent supportive housing projects and resident service activities.
And did you help prepare the state application for funding?
The small part that is the supportive service piece.
I don't understand that. There's a 9% HTC funding from the Ohio Housing Finance Agency that was applied for by OTRCH. Did you help prepare that application?
Ben may have asked me for a piece of that, and he and Ashley Finke did 99% of it. So.
Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and show you Exhibit D of the project in question. What are the private counseling offices for that are located on this project? Are you bringing that up, Jessica?
Yeah, those are opportunities for residents to talk to a case manager, a social worker, if they are so inclined. It's voluntary on their part. It's important in permanent supportive housing projects to have this opportunity in this private space to meet individually with someone if the resident wants that opportunity. Their services are voluntary; they're not required.
Okay, what is required of the residents when they come in?
To sign a 12-month lease and abide by that lease. And if they do have income, they should pay a portion of that income towards their rent.
But they actually don't have to pay any rent at all.
If they have no income.
Okay, and then I don't understand what abide by the lease is. What are the lease requirements for them to be able to stay there?
It's a standard lease that all 600 residents of ours sign. I don't know all the details of that lease, but it's, taking care of the property, not repainting the walls, all this, standard lease type of things.
Are they allowed to be active users of illegal drugs while they're on the property?
We do acknowledge that a lot of folks have substance use addiction, yes.
I don't believe you've answered my question. Is it a violation of your lease if the user is shooting up heroin inside his units?
If they are, we're not sure exactly what's happening in units. They are not allowed to drink or shoot up heroin in the common areas. If they admit that there is a substance use addiction that they're battling, we will offer support if they, so choose.
If they choose to engage in illegal activity inside the building, but not in the common areas, it's none of your concern.
If they are breaking the lease as a result of their substance use addiction, causing negative behaviors in the building, we will try to redirect them.
Well, it seemed like a circular answer. So I asked you what was a violation of the lease, and you said a violation of lease would be something that violates the lease. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking if engaging in the active administration of illegal drugs inside the units is a violation of the lease, yes or no?
I have to read the lease language specifically. I'm not
So you
sure.
can't say that it is sitting here today.
Right.
What about administering illegal drugs to other persons inside the units?
Inside of their unit?
Yeah,
Yeah, if we see someone, dealing illegal substances to other individuals, that is a lease violation.
I didn't ask you about dealing, I don't think. I just asked you about injecting someone else with heroin inside their unit. They're not selling it to them, they're just injecting it. Is that a violation of the lease?
If we were to find out that that were going on, we would meet with that individual and with their case manager and ask them about potential treatment options.
You wouldn't do anything to make sure that that person was no longer a tenant. You would just talk to them about it.
The goal is not to send them back to homelessness. It's attempting to address issues that they may be having, whether it's mental illness or substance use addiction.
But you differ that from actually selling drugs on the property. Is that clearly a violation if they do it within their units?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And you would then evict them?
Then we would, again, we would try to curb the behavior and give them an opportunity to correct.
And what if they didn't stop doing that?
There is a possibility that we would evict.
Okay, so are any of the people who are residents there because they've been ordered by the court to be in your building?
No, we don't have folks ordered by the court in our building.
Okay, and then Mr. Eilerman referred to something called continuum of care. The people end up there because of he believed an entity called continuum of care somehow refers them to you. Is that correct?
Street outreach workers, shelter workers in the city conduct assessments of most homeless individuals. Those assessments are referred to the agency called Strategies to End Homelessness, who has coordinated entry staff, and they make referrals to all permanent supportive housing openings that are funded through the continuum of care.
So the continuum of care is not for example, a nonprofit corporation. It's a part of the system that exists in our community whereby people are ultimately referred into facilities like yours.
Yeah, the Department of Housing and Urban Development coins the term continuum of care as our system of care for homeless individuals and families.
Okay, so why don't you tell us how someone becomes a tenant in this building?
Well, I just did. They'll have to get an assessment by a street outreach worker or a shelter worker. Those assessments go to coordinated entry staff who are employed by Strategies to End Homelessness. Strategies and homeless staff make those referrals when they see that an opening has been submitted in all permanent supportive housing projects.
And are all of those people active, have active alcohol or drug problems?
It can vary on the disability, if it's physical, if it's mental illness, if it's substance use addiction. We tend to work with individuals who have mental illness or substance use addiction.
And why is it that OTRCH chooses to concentrate these kinds of facilities in Over-the-Rhine versus in Hyde Park, Mount Lookout, Westwood, Price Hill, or Avondale?
Permanent supportive housing projects are located throughout the city.
So you're saying there is no special concentration of these kinds of projects in Over-the-Rhine?
They are located throughout the city.
Well, I understand you've been programmed to say that, but I ask you a different question, which is, do you find that there's a particular concentration of these in Over-the-Rhine?
I do not. I've been in the neighborhood 28 years, and it's unfortunate that the loss of affordable housing and supportive housing over the last 15 years has resulted in a lot of people losing housing. So I feel like there's much less than there used to be.
In Over-the-Rhine?
That's correct.
Okay, where is a project of this concentration of this kind of population in Hyde Park?
Oh, well, I wish we could get a project in Hyde Park.
So you said they're distributed throughout the city, but they're not.
Well, they are, but I can't tell you every neighborhood and all the number of units. I don't have that information.
Right, but I'm just asking about one neighborhood. Is there one in Hyde Park?
Yeah, I'm not that I'm aware of, but I don't.
Is there one in Mount Lookout?
I'm not aware.
Is there one in Mount Washington?
I don't know.
Is there one in Oakley?
I don't know.
Is there one in Kennedy Heights? Mr. Hutzel, you can answer the question. Is there one, to your knowledge, in Kennedy Heights?
I do not know where all of them are listed.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, do you know of one in Kennedy Heights?
I do not know. I don't know.
Do you know of any in Pleasant Ridge?
I'm not aware.
Do you know of any in Covedale?
Okay, again, I'm not aware of where they're all located.
Would you like to live next door to a unit like this?
I would.
What are the case managers' offices for?
The same thing really as private counseling. It's an opportunity for residents to meet with caseworkers or social workers if they want to be linked to other services that are available throughout the city.
So these people need private counseling and need connection with other government programs in order to provide for their subsistence. Is that correct?
Maybe some, not all. Some elect to do, to not meet with caseworkers or social workers during their entire tenancy, and that's okay.
And what are the visiting nurse rooms for?
That's where Cincinnati Health Network will provide a doctor to visit the facility maybe up to 6 hours a month. We're hoping that they're doing that now at Jimmy Heath House. We're hoping they'll continue that service at this facility, but we do not have any commitments of that.
And at the other similar facilities that you have, do they have visiting nurse rooms as well?
That was a design flaw of the Jimmy Heath that we did not have that, but 821 Flats is one that Tender Mercies just opened 2 years ago on Ezra Charles with 57 units of supportive housing, and they do have that, as well as there's a National Church Residences built a project
And
nearby that has a visiting nurse.
Do they administer drugs that serves as a substitute for heroin and fentanyl, such as methadone, from these nurse
I'm not aware. I'm not
visiting
sure.
nursing rooms?
I don't know that answer.
You don't know if they administer
Are you talking about at our facility, Jimmy Heath House?
under this facility as proposed? Would they
no,
administer?
No.
And why not?
Why don't we administer methadone?
Yes.
Because we're not licensed, and that's not what we do as an organization.
So at the visiting nurse rooms, the nurses would not administer medications?
Nope. They will essentially, if a person voluntarily wants to see a nurse or a doctor, they can sign up to see that person. And usually that results in like a referral to a hospital or to their main campus. So it's mainly just a primary care, initial screening.
Well, those are, to me, two different things, because when I go see a primary care doctor, many times they'll administer medications to me. You're saying no medications will be administered in these visiting nurse rooms?
I don't know if there's no medications. What I'm telling you is it's a very brief meeting, and it's mainly referrals to additional healthcare services if needed.
Is there any license required from a government agency to operate this facility?
No.
Okay, I'm going to confer with co-counsel for just a minute, please. Is it true for this facility that tenants with drug and alcohol addiction will be given priority over other potential tenants for the building?
It is either mental illness and/or substance use addiction.
So
and we don't decide who gets priority. That's done at the Strategies to End Homelessness area.
I didn't ask who decided it. I was just asking how they made those priorities. And you're saying that the population of 44 people that you want to concentrate in this building will all have mental illness or drug and alcohol addiction problems. Is that correct?
They will have that disability, signed off on by a third party.
I have nothing more for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Suter, would you like to ask some questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hutzel.
Good afternoon.
Evening. Evening now, yeah, right. How many of the Dunlap property residents do you anticipate will be disabled in some form?
Well, HUD's definition of disabled includes mental illness and/or substance use addiction, so 100%.
And what percentage of the residents will have any kind of physical impairment that limits a major life activity?
In our experience, maybe 10 to 15%.
And do these physically impaired persons, do they use wheelchairs?
Yeah, some do, and/or canes or walkers.
Okay. And what percentage of the residents have personal vehicles that they own and drive?
I think it was over 12 years of doing this type of housing at Jimmy Heath. I think we've had 2 residents who've had vehicles.
And this property will have 44 apartment units, correct?
That's correct.
And residents will sign standard 12-month leases, correct?
That's correct.
And there'll be a common kitchen on the first floor where volunteers can provide meals, is that right?
Yeah, volunteers, and sometimes we'll have front desk staff folks help prepare meals.
But each unit will have its own fully equipped kitchen, correct?
Yes, yeah, they'll participate. They will both cook meals on their own at times and also benefit from a community kitchen.
And you'll hire a cleaning contractor to maintain the common areas, is that right?
We do use a cleaning contract for common areas, and periodically the case managers will help individuals with housekeeping needs if they have that need.
And do you provide transportation services to residents?
We do not specifically OTRCH, but our partner agency, who has agreed to join in this endeavor at Dunlap, Greater Cincinnati Behavioral Health Services. That's probably the primary thing that they do is transportation.
And there'll be communal support services available to the residents?
Yeah, and again, the primary support services are helping people with getting rent paid, getting connected to payees, just basic housing retention type of services.
And how long have you been working in this service?
In homeless services for about 28 years.
What have your roles been?
Oh, I don't know, a little bit of everything in the nonprofit world, but mainly in helping to do program design and program operations.
And what has your role been with Over-the-Rhine Community Housing?
So it's been Director of Housing Services for the most part. And again, that's really working with the Department of Housing and Urban Development with strategies to end homelessness, kind of in helping to operate our continuum of care system.
So you're pretty familiar with the support services and the programmatic, the support services, is that correct, that are needed?
Yes.
You mentioned that there are similar types of apartment buildings throughout the city of Cincinnati, right?
Yeah, I don't. Yes, there are. I should know that, but yes, there are multiple, many different congregate site-based PSH projects that are funded through the continuum of care.
And you testify that you're not sure if there are any in Hyde Park, right?
I don't know specifically what neighborhoods they are located. I haven't really spent time on that.
You've worked around homelessness for 28 years, correct?
That's correct.
In Cincinnati?
That's correct.
Is there a homeless problem in Hyde Park?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is there a homeless problem in Mount Lookout?
Not that I'm aware of.
There a homeless problem in Mount Washington,
Not that I'm aware of.
a homeless problem in Pleasant Ridge,
Not that I'm aware of.
a homeless problem in Covedale.
Not that I'm aware of.
I may have missed one of the neighborhoods Mr. Finney mentioned, but is there a homeless problem in Over-the-Rhine?
There definitely is. We work closely with the Path Outreach team. I think they said that street outreach or street homelessness is up 25% in the past year. So everybody can see it plain as day as you're walking down an OTR or the Central Business District.
So if there's a homeless problem over the Rhine, would you build a 44-unit low-income tax credit housing project to serve that homeless problem in Hyde Park or Mount Lookout?
No,
Why not?
because that's not where the need is, nor the services to support those individuals.
Very good. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Nye, do you have any questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Finney, do you have any additional witnesses?
Yes, Mr. Jeff Lugan.
Okay, we'll swear Mr. Lugan in. I think he's.
Mr. Lugan, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Now, do I go ahead and read my statement, or are we going for questions, or how are we doing this?
I think, Jeff, first of all, if you could identify yourself by name and address.
Okay, I'm Jeff Lugan. I'm part owner, operated business, Cincinnati Industrial Auctioneers at 2020 Dunlap Street, 2008 Dunlap Street, and 2000 Elm Street.
Okay.
Dunlap, he actually owns those properties, and I am partial owner, and I'm the manager of the properties.
Okay, first of all, Jeff, could you possibly center your camera on you so people can see your face? It's distracting to not be able to see you. And then Jessica is going to bring up Exhibit A.
Mhm.
First of all, how long has your company, Cincinnati Industrial Auctioneers, which we'll call CIA, been operating at that location?
We've been operating here since the early 80s.
And you personally have worked in that location in Over-the-Rhine during that time?
I have.
Okay, and what is your role with that company?
I am the vice president and the property manager of the properties and the chief auctioneer.
Okay, great. And so you can do that real fast thing of auctioning.
Yeah, sometimes I can. When I get.
All right, so I've pulled up Exhibit A. Can you tell the panel what we're looking at here?
I believe that you're looking at the properties that Dunlap in red. The things that are highlighted, the properties in red, are the properties that are owned by Dunlap Street Properties,
Which is affiliated with or a subsidiary of CIA?
Right. It's a separate company, but CIA operates out of those facilities, and they pay rent, and there you go.
Okay, and then Jessica, could you show with the cursor where the subject property is?
It's the orange property at the corner of Dunlap and Henry.
Okay, and so you actually border this with two of the owned properties on two different sides, is that correct?
Yes, two of the adjacent are owned by. Right.
Including one where there'll be a proposed zero lot line setback, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So why don't we go ahead with that background? If it pleases the panel, we'll just let him read his testimony, at least the opening of his testimony, in order to expedite this. Does that work for the panel?
Be fine.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay. I'm here to voice my opinion voice my opposition against the 2000 Dunlap Street PSH development. I am in agreement. The hearing should not be, I guess, about the occupants of the building, but it should be about the laws and the codes that are presently in place. Hopefully, the board will consider the significant opposition of the property owners, businesses, and the immediate neighbors in the neighborhood, as their concerns of the project have gone unanswered by the developer. The board should also consider the appearance of the building and how it's out of character with the rest of the neighborhood. The developer is asking for an increase in density from 14 to 44 occupants. This is triple density, 200% greater than any other density variance granted in 2021 and 2022. The board approved in 2020 and 21, the board approved 13 density requests totaling in OTR, totaling 69 units. Most of the ones that were granted were single digit ones, 3, 5, 7. There were only 3 that were in the double digits and none close to the 30 that they're asking for. City Council spoke to the subject of increased density on March 15th, 2022, when they said no to an ordinance that would have doubled density. If you grant this variance, this increased variance, it's going to set a precedent, and soon other large developers will be using this increase as an example for greater densities for their projects. The developer is requesting a zero rear yard setback variance. Dunlap property owns the property on the north boundary of the project. So somehow, somewhere along the line, they've changed the lot orientation. When they started this whole project, the lots used to be oriented east to west. And they changed the orientation from north to south, thereby making the property line with 2008 Dunlap Street the rear property line. According to the municipal code, it says that they are required to have they're required to have a 10-foot minimum rear yard setback. We would like to have that, make sure that we get that rear setback along our property line. If it doesn't, it's going to interfere with maintenance our side of the building. It interferes with our plans for future development. And we're afraid that excavation that close to our property line may damage the foundation of our building, as happened when they knocked down the old building in 1994. We feel that the massing and the height of the structure that they're proposing, the 44 feet or whatever it might be, and the size of zero lot line construction is just way too big for the lot. We own the 2 adjacent buildings at 2001 Elm Street. It's a 1-story building, and we own the 2008 Dunlap Street, which is also a 1-story building. This building is going to stick out massively, next to those 2 buildings. So you can call them non-contributing buildings. I disagree with that. I think 2008 is a contributing building, but the reality is they are there and they're going to be there. They're 1-story buildings and they're there. The 4 stories is also 10 times bigger than a Dunlap Cafe to the south, 10 times bigger than my 2001 Elm Street building, 12 times bigger than 2008 Dunlap Street to the north. This massive structure will limit light and cut air circulation to the adjacent buildings. The former building that was on the premises was really, in fact, only 3 stories. They call it a 4-story building. It was actually a 3-story building with a basement. It was well below grade. And as it was, the building that was there previously stuck out like a sore thumb. The new building that they are proposing, brick block, metal siding, metal windows with little variation along the definition along the sides, that doesn't possess any of the historical characteristics of the other surrounding buildings in the neighborhood. There's no curves, no cornices, no lintels, no sills, no columns, nothing unique. That just looks like an institutional building to me. I've included an article from Wikipedia about the OTR neighborhood. It has many pictures of the different types of architecture found in that area. I don't think that we can bring that up, but it's part of the record. And this building looks like none of the examples of the architecture that they brought up in the Wikipedia article. The parking situation, they're only allowing for 2 parking places for staff, residents, counselors. You just heard about how many people are going to be visiting this place, doctors, nurses, counselors. There's only 2 parking places. Where's everybody going to park? Parking is very limited in this area already. At the July 25th meeting of OTRCC, the residents of the Findlay Market area made a presentation concerning the increasing difficulty of parking burden faced by the residents in around Findlay Market. The presentation indicated that there are 130 households without access to off-street parking. Only 58 on-street parking places are available. They want the city to institute a residential parking program north of Liberty. So there you go. The outdoor space that has been provided in the new development is a 20 by 20 outdoor area, which is too small for the 44 occupants. It's also, I just understand from their testimony that they're also going to conclude an electrical transformer there. That is also their space that they have designed for the occupancy. Outdoor space is right adjacent to the garbage dumpster. The occupants congregation point then will be left to the streets. I feel the neighbors feel that the neighbors, the business, the property owners have been marginalized. Their concerns have been minimalized and remain unanswered. We've asked for traffic studies, safety studies, information from the fire department and the police department, EMS runs, and in turn, we've been called NIMBYs and worse. I don't see where the staff report mentioned the significant opposition of the neighborhood to the project. We had 2 petitions signed with over 40 signatures in January, another one in April that had over 100 signatures on it. The applicant's letter included public engagement through the sparsely attended OTRCC meetings, but didn't make mention of the fact that at the April 25th meeting of the general membership voted down to sponsor this project or to recommend it to the city hall. I think I'm running out of battery here. Am I still on?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
There, still there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just a couple more things. The community had interaction with Ohfa the middle of April. Ohfa, and we told them of the opposition in the neighborhood and businesses. Ohfa said it was not part of their purview to consider those type of things. He explained that the scoring process for the project is an arbitrary set of guidelines. There's no consideration given to public opposition, the neighborhood where it's being placed, specific site location, zoning, or codes. Mr. Faust of Ohfa did inform me that this project, that the developer could relocate this project if they could turn back in their credits for any reason that they weren't able to build in this location, that they could turn those credits back in and find another place to build the project, and they would have 3 years to do so. That being said, I think that the developer needs to find the right lot for this building or should design the right building for this lot. I hope that the board will listen to the neighborhood, the surrounding business owners. This project has been rushed since its inception. There's many, many unintended consequences that will be revealed by giving the developer the green light, which the neighbors and businesses will have to live with for 50 years. That's it.
Mr. Finney, do you have any additional questions?
I would like to pull up Exhibit C, the OHFA financing requirements. Mr. Lugan, have you had an opportunity to review this? This is an exhibit I previously showed to Mr. Eilerman.
Yes, I reviewed it. I mean, it's pretty much their purview. It's, I don't know, I completely understand it, but shoot.
But there's nothing on here that requires a minimum density on the site in order to obtain
I do
funding.
not see anything that refers to density at all, or
Yeah.
building.
Okay. Can we talk about density for a minute? This is a variance, and many times when I see a variance, they want to get, 10% more or 15% more. What is the legally permissible density of units on this property?
It's a 14,
Right, and going to how many?
44. They want their request 44, so an increase of 30 units. For
So
this.
they want a more, so the city of Cincinnati came up with objective density requirements for this particular property, for this zone, is that correct?
Yes,
And somebody obviously considered various factors in determining what that density should be objectively years ago, is that right?
I would assume so, yes.
And then just recently, you testified in March of this year, the city considered increasing those density requirements and expressly decided not to, is that right?
Yes, I have the article from the Cincinnati Business Courier. It says Cincinnati City Council kills density ordinance. City Council dated March 15th, 2022. City Council members on Tuesday scuttled an ordinance that would have allowed multifamily properties within the city to be more dense.
And what is the density variance that they're seeking in terms of a percentage of what's allowed?
They were seeking a double density. Whatever was 14 would have been up to 28.
So even under the amended ordinance that would have been considered by council, the most they could have put here would be 28 with
Right.
the increased density.
To my understanding,
But council rejected that.
they rejected that.
Okay, and instead, what is now allowed here is the 14.
That's the legal, that's what the code is allowed for.
And you heard the testimony of the architect, Mr. Colby, is that right?
Yes,
And he said in his wisdom, the benefit, the desired design, the intent of the zoning code is in fact to allow more than 3 times what the zoning code allows. Is that correct?
yes. That was his intent.
And from your perspective, is that consistent with the intent of the Cincinnati zoning code?
No, it's not.
It's obviously contrary to the letter of the zoning code. Is that right?
Yes.
But do you see any quote intent in the zoning code that would indicate that a variance of more than 300% of what is legally allowed is in fact appropriate?
No, it's not appropriate. It's not appropriate at all. It's just it's trying to bring more an economic benefit to put more people in smaller spaces to increase revenues.
And let's even assume this was market rate housing with, fully employed, non-drug addicted tenants. Would that kind of concentration in that location be acceptable to you?
No, it would not be acceptable. There's just too many people. This is a very condensed area down here in OTR, and it's very, very busy with commercial traffic. On weekends, it's very, very busy with the traffic from all the entertainment things that happen in the Findlay Market area, Rhine Guys, Northern Row, and it's on weekends it's an entertainment district, and during the week it's a pretty busy commercial district.
Why don't you tell me about the functionality of your business? Do you have sort of bay doors or garage doors, or do you just have
Garage
human
doors
doors?
along the front of our building, and we ship auction supplies and auction materials out to auctions, and then we receive again those incoming materials. So if we're going to reship to auction sites, we also receive numerous Federal Express UPS packages every day.
Okay, and I want to again tender to the panel either to accept the testimony or by proffer. that we have a video of that area that shows the trucks and the narrowness of the streets and really functionally how that operates, that would sort of paint a picture for you all of the impact on CIA. Having said that, you've said you don't want anything that was submitted more recently, even though we received written confirmation from staff that they would accept that. Do you not want to accept that video even as a proffer today?
We do not want to accept that video.
Okay, well, why don't you paint a picture for us, Mr. Lugan, then without pictures or without video that would explain to them how you operate and how that kind of, first of all, how it would be dangerous to pedestrians around there to increase that volume of individuals, but also interfere with, or if it would interfere with your business.
Okay, well, not only do we get deliveries and send things out on, on a daily, the Emmer company that's across the street from us has, I don't know, they could answer this, 10 or 20 trailer loads or tractor trailer trucks coming down the street a day and unloading and loading. The guy across the street at the auto parts has delivery. He has deliveries every day of parts. And
can
so,
I interrupt you, Jeff? Can I interrupt you for a minute?
Yeah.
Again, I want to really paint a picture for them because the video was very stark to me. Can you explain, are these, I would say, Econoline vans? Are these what I would call a bib truck? Are these semis? What size of trucks are on this street?
describe what was there the day that starting it up by my building. On the opposite from my building, there was a 40-foot tractor trailer, van trailer, not really a 52-foot van trailer, tractor trailer. We went on down to in front of the next building down, Guy's building. There was a Federal Express short trailer there that was 22 foot long, or truck. We went on down, there was another 40-foot or 52-foot van tractor trailer. Down between the corner and that truck was a tanker truck. Was a 9,000 gallon tanker truck that was unloading. On Henry Street towards the west, there was another 9,000 gallon tanker truck. On the other way on Henry Street, there was a 22-foot box truck that was trying to get through, I think, to one of the other businesses up a Henry Street, Stark Street area. And then there was cars that were coming down and had to turn around and go back the other way, and it was pretty. I mean, it gets very busy down, and there's a lot of action, and this, so just in that one instance, there was, 5 or 6 tractor trailers and a couple of box trucks, along with the local traffic trying to get through, and it's not really all that wide of a street. I hope I'm not losing. Okay, I can't hear you. Can you hear me, Chris?
Mr.
I'm
Finney,
sorry. On Exhibit A, we have Dunlap Street on the bottom and Henry Street on the right. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then what's the street that's on the top side of that plat?
On the top, that's Elm Street.
Okay, well, let's talk about the streets that this fronts on, which is Henry and Dunlap. So you've described those tractor trailers and trucks on, I believe you said Dunlap and Henry. You actually talked about those streets.
Right, Dunlap Street, all along Dunlap Street. You can see where the intersection of Stark Street is, where it comes in all the way at the north end. There's right there, that's it. There was trucks parked from there all the way down to Henry, the intersection of Henry. There was a tractor trailer.
And can I interrupt you there? And then
Sure.
on Dunlap Street, approximately how wide is Dunlap Street? How much room is then left for other cars or pedestrian ingress and egress there?
Very little, very little. It's just about I say Dunlap Street is probably 25 or 26 feet wide. And there's parking on the east side of the street above my buildings. And then really none on the east side all the way down to Henry Street.
Okay, and how does that work with adding 44 new people plus the employees in that building?
I have no
Do that
idea.
on what happens with those people who are wandering among these tractor trailers and tankers and delivery trucks crammed into Dunlap and Henry Street during the day?
I mean, I have no idea. It's going to be, I have no idea. It's going to be it's going to be very chaotic and quite frankly, it's going to be dangerous.
And how is that going to facilitate the operation of your business at that location?
Oh, it's going to make trucks that won't be able to deliver to us, and then or to get packages or whatever, and we'll struggle to get stuff out. But it's going to make it'll make it much harder.
Now, how is it that the 1 10-foot alley, so under their proposal, they're going to do 0 lot line on your narrow red building on the rear side of their building, but they're going to leave Colby Alley open. Is that right?
Yes, they're going to leave that here, but they're going to have a 0 to lot line. They're going to build their building to the lot line. My building is already to the lot line. So Colby Alley is going to be 10 feet wide at best.
Okay, but what I'm saying is Colby Alley is going to stay open, but as that building abuts your red building there to the northwest, maybe away from Henry Street, it's 0 lot line. Is that right? They're going to close the one alley, but leave the other one open.
Right.
And did you hear the testimony that they said the reason that they're closing that is a 10-foot alley is not safe?
They said it would not be safe, I think, for the fire department.
But yet they're leaving open a 10-foot alley on Colby Alley.
Right. But
Is this really, go ahead.
Yeah, I said I guess they say that the 10-foot alley works fine for Colby, which I don't think it does. But a 10-foot alley between my building and the proposed building would not work.
Right. So it's really not a question of safety. It's really a question of cramming, which is really what the architect admitted to, cramming as many units on this site as they possibly could. Is that right?
They need to create density, and create density, they've got to eliminate the rear setback on my building.
All right, I'm going to show you Exhibit E as in Edward. What does this exhibit show us?
It shows the changes in household sizes.
Is this nationwide or Cincinnati or what area?
I would say that this is United States Census District, and I guess it's for the United States.
Okay, and when they say that the permissible occupancy of this property would be, I don't remember what they said, 54, assuming 4 per unit, that exceeds the average household size of the United States for these teeny tiny units, is that right?
Right. I mean, the average household size, according to your chart and from the census district, is 2.5 people per household.
All right. And then if we go to Exhibit F.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to go to the suitor letter first.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're going to go to the suitor letter first. Go ahead, Jessica.
Right.
We're going to read the highlight. They were citing examples that don't exist.
Gotcha. Okay. So you've had an opportunity to review the letter that Mr. Suitor submitted in support of their application.
Right.
And in that, under window openings there, he cited comparable facilities, the Perseverance Residential Product on Vine, the Dunlap Flats at 1809 Dunlap, the property located at 1915 Elm, and the property located at 2070 Elm. Is that right?
Right.
And have you had an opportunity to try to look up those properties and compare them to what Mr. Suitor tried to justify this project as comparable to?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I think the 2008 Dunlap Street is the lofts, I believe.
The 1908 Dunlap?
1908 Dunlap Lofts, I believe they call it, and that's a condominium. And then 1915 Elm Street, I think that is like a vacant 2-story apartment building, I believe. And I don't believe there is anything at 2070 Elm Street.
Okay, well, let's talk about Elm Street. So he uses that as a comparable, but you've looked on Google Maps, you've looked on the auditor site, and that property simply, there's no building at that particular location. Is that right?
Not that I know of.
Okay, and the other properties are not in fact comparable. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I mean, they're up the street. It's the Dunlap Lofts is a tall, skinny, old factory building that's been there for 100 years that they converted to condos. And it has outdoor parking. You know, it's equipped with outdoor parking and garages. So there you go. And it has some unique characteristics. It's got some unique fixtures, unique features that fit in with the neighborhood.
Okay, and then if you could look at Exhibit I for a minute, please.
Okay. Yes, I see it.
So these are a series of photos of buildings in and about Over-the-Rhine that we identified with things that are in fact consistent with the historic conservation guidelines with individualized windows versus windows grouped together as on the subject. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and let me let Jessica go through those slowly, and if you could identify the address and explain to the panel how we are using that exhibit.
Okay, it just goes to show you the different types of architecture that are in Over-the-Rhine and then the features that they possess with decorative lintels and arches and cornices and different materials and different.
Okay, so just to identify that, you're starting with the photo at 1500 Elm, is that correct?
1500 Elm Street, right?
And you're contrasting that with your testimony with the subject, is that correct?
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the next one that you brought up is 1622 Vine Street, and it's a nice looking building, probably from the 1900s. That has a cornice again. It has rounded windows. It's got some neat architectural features.
And the windows are individualized versus grouped,
right.
Is that correct?
Yes, they're
And
individualized.
how does that contrast with the subject?
The subject property, they're all the windows are right in a row, right up, right on top of each other. There's no, they're just metal windows and
what about the cornice and the other interesting architectural features?
Very interesting. They got a very cornices, and they have some of them. It looks like the top windows there have some lintels above them with decorative features, and all across the bottom. The first floor has some nice decorative, looks like sandstone like lintels or features all across the front of the building.
Okay, and next.
That's that says 1431. That's a group of buildings, but you can see how they're all various heights, and some are all the way to the curb, some are not. But again, some have storefronts, some don't, and they have again architectural features that are consistent with the rest of the buildings in Over-the-Rhine.
Okay, and how about the grouping of the windows on these buildings versus the subject?
It's just they're just again they're more consistent. They are consistent with the architecture, the window down Over-the-Rhine.
Okay, how about the next building?
That says 41 East McMicken, and again, as you can see, possesses the features that most of the buildings have down here. Cornice along the roof line, decorative lintels, sills, you know, the windows aren't, you know, aren't all right on top of each other. And the first floor looks like it's a commercial space or was a commercial space with
The windows here are individual individual windows, not grouped.
right.
And how do you find that these 4 properties are consistent with the subject or inconsistent with the subject?
It's not, it doesn't appear to be consistent at all.
Okay. All right. All right, let's go to Exhibit J. You referenced in your testimony a petition that had been circulated, and you got, I think you said in March maybe, or June, over 100 signatures. Is that right?
Well, yeah, I mean, that was actually, I believe, was done at the end of, or the middle of April. And we represented it to Ohfa around May the 1st, and then sent it down for the hearing for the June hearing before HBC.
So going back up to the language of the petition, it's quite extensive and essentially mirrors your testimony about why this property being developed in the way that OTRCH proposes is detrimental to the community and not consistent with the zoning code. Is that correct?
Right.
And therefore, all 109 of those signers agreed with essentially the points that you have made today. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. From your perspective, does this project have the support of the community, or is it opposed by the community?
It's opposed by the community.
Okay. And is that community more than just the industrial users in that area? Does it include residential users? Does it include?
It's everyone, everybody, almost to a man in this area. It's all this, the businesses, the property owners, and residents.
And we're going to see an exhibit later presented, I guess, by Mr. Selhorst, but can you talk to us about the concentration of institutional housing and housing for people who have mental health problems and drug addictions in this particular, in Over-the-Rhine generally, and in the corner of Over-the-Rhine specifically?
What I can tell you is what I know about this neighborhood, and this just south of us by 2 blocks, there's 3 units of permanent supportive housing in Logan Towers that was just put in, and then of course they refer to just south of maybe 3 or 4 blocks south on Elm Street on Odeon Place. There is a 26 or 25 unit PSH called the Jimmy Heath House. We have 130 bed unit called Voice of America, and that is for convicts, a release program for convicted felons. So Bob Selhorst might be better off answering the questions about these facilities. He knows, he has studied that subject harder than me.
Right, but what I wanted to ask you is, just as a business owner in the neighborhood for more than 30 years, I think you're actually there closer to the 40 years.
Right.
First of all, has this concentration of institutional housing and housing for drug and alcohol addiction increased, or has it stayed steady during that time?
It's increased.
And what is the effect on your business and on the community as a result of that obvious policy decision to concentrate these people in a pocket in Over-the-Rhine and in this corner of Over-the-Rhine?
Objection. Object to the characterization of concentration. Nobody's testified to that. And then secondly, object to Mr. Finney asking the witness to testify as to what the community thinks, or to testify as to the entire community. He doesn't speak for the entire community, so that's inappropriate.
No, I asked, look, your architect testified repeatedly about his opinions about the wonderful things about this project. I'm asking him his opinion of the effect on the community, and his business. It's just his opinion.
Is my witness is yours.
Okay, objection noted.
You can go ahead, Jeff.
Where were we at? Okay. All I can tell you is what I can tell you what I feel. I mean, what I see is that and it's been documented. I think that this is probably, and Bob will speak to this, but our portion of Over-the-Rhine, north of Liberty, is kind of the last frontier in OTR. And people were coming down here, and there's going to be a lot of development. It's happening now. There's people that are buying up properties and individuals that have rehab houses, and there's other ones that are going to rehab apartments, and there's new businesses going in, new restaurants and breweries, and so I think that this is not what the community needs is another project like this to I think it'll interfere with the character of the neighborhood and the plans that the Mohawk community had for itself, and that it's stated in its vision for the community.
Is it deleterious to your business?
I don't think it doesn't help. I mean, I'm going to make the construction, and I mean, this is the construction's going to, limit access to the neighborhood, and it's not going to help my business.
I'm going to confer with co-counsel for just.
That's fine.
I'm sorry if I lose you. My battery, for some reason, on this iPad is even if it's plugged in, it's been on so long that it's either getting hot or it could go away at any time. So I would try and do some type of other charge and hook right back up.
Jeff, I think unless there's something that you've been wanting to get to this day for a long time, is there anything else you want to tell the panel before we move to the next witness?
No, other than the fact that I think that the whole thing has been rushed. It's kind of was done under the pale of darkness. They came in. They knew that they were going to present this project for a couple of months, and yet they waited until late December, right before Christmas, to present it to the Over-the-Rhine Community Council. Then we had a hearing on it, and the board was going to deny it or deny their request, but then let them table it pending a hearing on the entire the COA as well as these variances. And now and now here we are. It didn't seem like they paused for a minute. They just went right ahead and submitted it to get the housing credit to Ohfa, and here we are, 8 months later, and I just think the whole thing's we still don't have the answers that we wanted. I don't see any studies from the fire department or the police department or traffic studies on how this is going to affect the traffic pattern down here, or anything from the city to say that, on parking. And those are the kind of things the community needs to see, and we just haven't seen it.
Okay, I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Suter, would you like to ask some questions?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lugan.
Yes.
Is that how you say your name, Lugan?
That's right. Got it. You get it. You win. Most people. So you've got that part of it right.
You've got a lot of opinions about this, don't you?
I don't know.
So are you, let me ask you, you've got a lot of opinions about the design of the building. Are you an architect?
Please now? Was I what? No,
I'm architect.
I'm not an art. Wouldn't and told everybody I'm not an architect. I'm not a developer. I'm an auctioneer.
Okay.
No mistake about it. I will claim to be an auctioneer, and that's all I am.
Okay, but
some people question my ability to do that. So,
You're not a developer, so you've never developed any buildings either?
Nope. I mean, my buildings, the buildings that we use, you know.
Okay. And you testified about zoning. Are you a zoning expert?
No, I'm not a zoning expert, but I paid a zoning expert to ask him about the setback, and that's what he told me.
Objection, strike that as hearsay.
Okay.
Are you an urban planner?
Absolutely not.
You don't like urban planning?
Do I studied it in school.
You did?
I went to see, I took a cultural geography, and if you really want to know about it, our first class was to walk from the campus at UC all the way down Vine Street to Fountain Square and then back, and then we had to tell the professor what we saw, and then he told us what we missed. And
That's
what we
cool.
missed.
Do you have a degree in urban planning?
No, I don't.
Do you have, are you a demographer?
Am I a demographer?
Mhm.
I'll tell you, Mr. Suter, I am an auctioneer.
Okay.
I'm going to leave it at that. You know?
Okay.
But go ahead, you can ask me. I'm not a doctor either, and
And you're not an attorney, are you?
no.
You mentioned a few things I want to ask you about. You mentioned that the existing property is currently a surface parking lot, right?
Yes.
And who uses that parking lot generally?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Who uses that parking lot generally?
The parking lot that where you're going to put the project, that's
Yes.
used.
Yes.
I don't know all the people that go to Findlay Market and that go to all these different breweries and whatever, all the things in the neighborhood that are happening.
You said it was an entertainment district, right?
I think you would call it that, wouldn't you?
Well, you testified to it. Would you say it's an entertainment district?
Yeah, I'd say Rhine Geist. I think we got Northern Row, Mikey's Late Night Slice. There's E18. There's the Findlay Market. I think Findlay Market is one of the biggest tourist attractions in Cincinnati, isn't it? Or one of the bigger ones.
Do people visit Findlay Market and Rheingeist during the week?
Do they? Not as much as on the weekends.
But they do visit Findlay Market during the week, right?
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they do visit Rheingeist during the week.
Right.
And they can park on that parking lot, right?
Yes, I guess they do. Yeah.
And they would park on that parking lot and walk to Rheingeist from there. Is that right?
I would think that they would.
You would walk down Henry Street, right?
Right.
How would you get to Findlay Market from that parking lot?
Please now?
How would you get to Findlay Market from that parking lot?
You would walk down Henry Street to Elm and then straight down Elm Street. South on Elm.
You testified about some tractor trailers being parked on Dunlap Street, I think servicing your business, is that right?
No, more so Emerald Grain.
How many tractor trailers or box trucks service your business on a daily basis?
I'd say that we basically get, ours are like UPS vans and Federal Express trucks.
So the
So I'd
regular size that would service a residential area?
Please now?
Like the regular size van that would service a regular residential neighborhood?
I'd say a little bit bigger. I don't know, like a UPS truck. You got UPS, Federal Express, those vans that they run. The guy hops out and comes over and delivers your package.
But not an 18-wheeler, right?
No, we don't have. We have very few 18-wheelers. We had an 18-wheeler in the day with the delivery, but that is not where we get the majority of our stuff.
And you testified about these trucks parking on Dunlap Street, I believe, earlier. Do you know what day that was that you witnessed that?
What date it was?
Yes.
If you look at the video, it's time dated. Like May, I think it was May 5th, but I'm not sure.
Do you know what day of the week that was?
It's probably like a Wednesday.
Probably like, or do you know it was a Wednesday?
I don't know. In fact, let's just call it off. I don't know what date it was.
Okay.
I don't want to be mistaken. It was during the day, it was during business hours, and it was a busy place.
Is it often that trucks will park illegally on Dunlap Street to make deliveries?
Do they park illegally? I don't
Yes.
know. It says truck loading and unloading on that side of the street. I don't, and if they were, I guess the cops would ticket them if they were parked or not. If they were parked, I guess the police would ticket them. But I know it says it's most of that side of the street says truck loading and unloading. So I'm not there. I don't monitor the Dunlap Street 24/7.
And you mentioned that there are a lot of people around in that entertainment district, right?
Right.
You also mentioned that, or testified that there was a petition of 100 persons.
Right.
That was submitted, correct?
Right.
And you testified as to what all 100 people believed, didn't you?
I'm not sure that I did that. I testified that 100 people signed the petition.
And you testified that everyone who signed the petition believes the same way you do about this project, right?
I assume that they would have, or else they wouldn't have signed it. I can't make assumptions for them.
Did you collect the petition signatures?
Did I collect?
Yes.
There's a lot of people in the neighborhood collected them.
But you did not collect them?
I did not collect all of them, no.
Did you collect any of them?
Yes.
How many?
Well, there was, which group? When you say collect, I mean, they came to my office, and some people that didn't have the ability to sign electronically came to my office and signed the petition.
And about how many people was that?
I couldn't.
And did you talk to every single one of them and about
the people
exactly
that
how they felt?
No, I wasn't. I did talk to people that I talked to, felt that way.
You talked to people who feel the same way as you?
Yes.
And who were those people?
Please?
Who were those people?
I can't, I don't know. Some of the people that signed the petition. I know there's I'm not sure what you're asking. You want me to go through each signature and tell you who they are? I mean, there's Bob Selhorst, who's behind me. There's.
I don't want you to do that, but you testified earlier that the people who signed have similar beliefs to you. Do you know that to be true?
I said that they signed the petition. I would assume that they wouldn't have signed the petition if they didn't, if they weren't in agreement.
The one-story buildings, do you own the two one-story buildings that you were discussing on direct examination?
Do I own the two-story? I'm the manager, and I own one, and I'm just in the process of transferring the other ones to my family.
And neither one is declared as as a contributing building by the city of Cincinnati. Is that right?
I think that you said that, or the architect's letter said that. I'm not sure that the city said that.
Are they contributing buildings per the city's designation?
2008 is. The rear half of that building was constructed in 1920. It's it's got a really unique cast iron facade on it.
Yeah, but I asked you, does the city consider it to be a contributing building to the historic district?
I have no idea. I don't know. But I consider it to be one.
Mr. Chairman, I would like for him not to interrupt the witness. His last question was, do you consider them to be contributing buildings? He first asked about the city, and as he was asking the question and explaining that the one is in fact contributing, he then interrupted him and changed the question again. He should be allowed to answer the question that was asked.
Do you make decisions about whether buildings are contributing or not contributing for the city of Cincinnati, Mr. Lugan?
I do not, but I researched 2008.
Let me ask you a question about the Over-the-Rhine Community Council. Are you a member of the Over-the-Rhine Community Council? Yes. Okay. Do you attend every one of their meetings?
Very rarely. On Zoom, sometimes.
did you attend the Over-the-Rhine Community Council meeting on January 4th, 2022?
Which one was that now? I did, I listened on Zoom. Was that the one where the first presentation of the property was given?
I believe so. The Council Economic Development and Housing Committee.
I think I listened to that one.
Okay. Did you attend any other community council meetings this year where this project was discussed?
I know that I attended the one, I think on April the 25th.
The full community council meeting. Correct?
Right.
Okay. Were you there for the vote about this project?
Please?
Were you at the community council hearing where a vote
Yes.
was taken?
Yes.
What date was that?
I think that was the April 25th meeting.
Were you aware that there were 4 other community council meetings where this project was discussed in the spring of late winter and spring of 2022?
I heard about them. I heard maybe the aftermath of them from different people.
And are you aware that the community council, you said you were, sorry, strike that. You testified that you were present at the community council hearing where the vote was taken about this project, correct?
I was not present at the meeting. I was on the Zoom, if so.
Were you able to vote?
Yes.
And are you aware that you testified earlier that there was a vote not to support the project, right? Mr. Lugers, you there? Did we lose the iPad?
He said he was having battery problems. Apparently he was. So.
Yeah, I guess we have to take him at his word at that.
I did get a notification he dropped out of the room.
Okay, I can pick back up. We'll just keep things moving. I can pick back up, I guess, when he rejoins like we did with Mr. Eiler, and if Mr. Finney wants to move on to the next witness, unless we think Mr. Lugers is going to jump back on quickly.
It's Mr. Lugan, and Jessica will step out of the room and see if she can get a hold of him, but I'd like to go ahead and start with Mr. Selhorst until he comes back.
That'll be fine.
Keep it moving.
So our next witness will be Bob Selhorst. You there, Bob?
I am.
Bob, how's your battery?
My battery is pretty good. For 3 hours, I'm at 24%. I was at 100, so I feel pretty good about it.
Okay, good. All right, so
Hold on, we have to swear the witness.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Selhorst, can you tell us what properties you own in the vicinity, how long you've been in OTR, et cetera?
My name is Robert Selhorst. My wife and I reside at 2019 Elm Street. We've been residents in Over-the-Rhine for approximately 10 years.
Yeah, so that building is in fact your residence, is that correct?
That is correct. The rear of my property is within 200 feet of the proposed project at 2000 Dunlap Street.
Okay, when Jessica comes back in from calling Mr. Lugans, we'll pull up Exhibit A and ask you about that. But in the meantime, can you just tell us, I was just struck by your house and the size of it, the location, and what you've done with that. Can you tell the panel a little bit about your investment as in terms of money and renovation and your personal residence just around the corner from this project?
We purchased what is known as the former Christian Moorline brewery office. It's where the headquarters for the brewery office from 1878 until Prohibition in 1919. It has 5 walk-in safes. It's one of the contributing buildings. It's an actually gorgeous building designed by Samuel Hannaford. It's got hops flowers in the front, but we purchased that in September or October of 2019. It was a vacant shell. We put significant revenue into that building and rehabbed that into our single family residence. And we moved in there in September of 2021.
Okay, and how many square feet is it?
It's roughly 4,200 square feet.
Is that on 2 floors or 3?
It's actually on 2 and maybe a third. It does have a third floor. We did rough it in as 2 units to give us the option down the road that if we wanted to create 2 condos, we could do that with minimal construction.
Okay, and then Jessica's brought up Exhibit A. Is your building shown on there, or does she need to scroll down some more?
No, it is. It's an older photo, but if you look where the writing of Mikey's Late Night Slice, just to the right of that red building appears to be the former Christian Moorline Brewery Office, my building.
So the building you reside in is the one that Jessica's circling there?
Yes.
Okay, great. And so you literally are, I don't know, 50 to 100 feet from the subject property?
Well within 200 feet. That is correct, from the rear of the building, the southwest corner to the northeast corner of 2000 Dunlap Street.
So zoning code allows for, as according to at least Mr. Lugan's testimony, for 14 residents at this location, and they seek a variance to 44. How is that, even if that was market rate, if they were not mentally ill and drug addicted or alcohol addicted, how would that affect you to have that concentration of people in that location?
It is completely uncharacteristic of the neighborhood. We've studied the zoning variances over the last few years in the city of Cincinnati. No one, to our knowledge, based on information we received from HCB, has been given that type of density variance. And so it is very uncharacteristic, and you would be hard pressed to find anyone that got 3 times the zone density for a particular plot of land.
And tell us where you and your wife moved from to make your home here in Over-the-Rhine.
Well, we lived down on Main Street for a while, and then we moved over here, but we were former residents in the west side of town in Green Township for 23 years, and we've been down here for roughly 10 years.
Okay, so you relocated from Green Township to somewhere on Main, I guess in OTR, and then over to this property.
Correct.
And you've invested significant sums in renovating this property.
Significant sums, or a lot of sweat equity and our life savings.
Okay, and what did you expect in terms of stability of the neighborhood and for people to comply with zoning code when you moved in there?
Well, when we developed our building, we had to acquire a certificate of appropriateness from the Historical Conservation Board, and we had to follow the zoning and permit provisions of the city of Cincinnati, and we did those to the best of our ability, and they were approved, and we were granted our certificate of occupancy. So there is a reasonable expectation about folks who invest their life savings in a neighborhood that others will be following those same guidelines.
And what will be the impact on your use and enjoyment of your property if this project is approved?
We think it's inappropriate for the neighborhood. It's too dense. The building is too big. It doesn't fit in with the unique historic characteristics of Dunlap and the Mohawk neighborhood in general. So we think it's a detriment to the neighborhood.
And how about having this number of drug and alcohol addicted and mentally ill neighbors concentrated in that particular location?
Well, if you look at the HUD guidelines, HUD has identified Over-the-Rhine neighborhood as what they call RECAP, racially and ethnically concentrated area of poverty. This area of Mohawk also is part of the 1600 census tract, I should say. And 70% of this particular census tract is of African-American residents with a 50% poverty rate. So we are extremely concerned about the fact that, first of all, you have the Volunteers of America right there at the corner of Elm and McMicken.
Hey, Bob, before you go down that path, why don't we pull up Exhibit B, and
Sure.
maybe you can walk the panel through what you prepared on Exhibit B. Go ahead, Jessica. So why don't you tell us, first of all, where the subject is and what we're looking at with Exhibit B?
Well, first of all, the Volunteers of America which is
Where is
located-
where is the subject property? Is that the tan right at the top where the
I
lines come
I
from?
think so. That Chris, that is a tough map for me to follow, but I'll do my best. I can give you addresses.
Okay, did you prepare Exhibit B with the
I gave some
institutional housing in the
information.
vicinity?
Yeah, I can give you actual street addresses and what they are, but it's hard for me to follow that map. It appears that is the tan structure, is that 2000 Dunlap Street? I can't tell.
I believe that's the subject, yes.
Yes, okay.
And so the point was made previously that we appear to be intentionally concentrating institutional housing, not just in Over-the-Rhine, but in this quadrant of Over-the-Rhine as well. Is that right?
That is correct. I'm better. I have a better orientation, so I think I could address it by the mile distance between 2000 Dunlap Street, if that helps.
Sure, that's fine.
So if you look at the map, the building that is located 0.1 miles is 115 West McMicken, which is the Volunteers of America, which is a 132 bed facility for those folks who are finishing out their sentencing. The last time I checked on the Hamilton County Sheriff's website, there were 62 known sex offenders residing there. We also get the yellow cards in the mail. I don't know if they're yellow, but cards in the mail indicating sex offenders that are registered and are residing there. The other institutional buildings that are within very close distance to this is Logan Towers, which is roughly about 2 blocks. There are 62 units there of 62 beds for the chronic homeless located there. Number 3 is the Jimmy Heath House at 219 Odeon Street. There are 25 units there. Buddy's Place at 1300 Vine Street, there are 20 units. Recovery Hotel at 1225 Vine Street has 20 units for the chronic homeless. The Nanny Hickston House at 47 East McMicken has 12 beds. And then if you add that to the proposed project at 2000 Dunlap Street, where they're proposing to house 44 chronic homeless, that's 315 units of institutional beds within a very close proximity in a very fragile transitional neighborhood. I mean, if you listen to the city of Cincinnati, they will tell you that 50% of Over-the-Rhine is undeveloped. Most of that, the vast majority of that, is north of Liberty in this little pocket neighborhood, also called the Brewery District, sometimes referred to as Mohawk. Our question as neighbors and residents and business owners and folks who live and work in this area is, why is this all concentrated in this particular neighborhood, Census Tract 1600, and an area that HUD has identified as a recap area with a concentration of poverty?
Okay, and so we talked about what the effect of 44 new units would be on this neighborhood, but what is the effect of grouping or concentrating all of these institutional housings in such a short distance from one another?
Well, no fault of their own, the characteristics that have been described by other witnesses indicate that the vast majority of residents who reside at 2000 Dunlap Street and the other permanent supportive housing units typically have mental health issues, also have drug and alcohol addiction. Does it make any sense to place 44 folks in this unit in a neighborhood characterized by open prostitution, open drug sales, poverty and blight, elevated gun violence? Is this a situation where you can place the chronic homeless in an area for success and for the residents who reside here and the folks who do business and the people that visit this neighborhood? We're not arguing against the facility or its use. We just argue that it's not the appropriate place in this particular location.
So you knew when you moved to Over-the-Rhine that there was a concentration of minorities and a concentration of homeless and a concentration of, lower income individuals. None of that bothered you to move there and to invest your, as you say, your life savings there in order to be part of that neighborhood?
Absolutely not. And I would share with you that I was a member of the Over-The-Rhine Community Council Board of Trustees for over 4 years, and I was president as well. So I'm well familiar with the demographics of the city. And we willingly came here from an area very different in Green Township, knowing exactly what we signed up for. We did not sign up for an over-concentration of institutional housing that is being proposed at 2000 Dunlap Street.
Okay. Now, I gave Mr. Lugans the opportunity because you two have been working on this issue quite a bit and have a lot of depth, knowledge, and strong feelings about it. Is there something I haven't asked you that you want to make sure either you have a prepared statement or something else you wanted to indicate?
I would share and concur with Mr. Lugan's testimony that the vast majority of folks in this neighborhood are sympathetic to the homeless and sympathetic to providing them with the needed resources. We also are very concerned with the oversaturation of institutional housing in this neighborhood. And I think you would be hard pressed based on the idea that the Over-The-Rhine Community Council general membership has voted against this. The Mohawk neighborhood, CDC has not been in support of this. And virtually with very few exceptions, most residents, most businesses, most employees down here have been opposed to this project and do not support it.
I look at your move and your renovation down there as a critical stability that's being provided to a neighborhood that has been a long time in distress. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And by adding more and more institutional housing, including this project to this particular part of Over-the-Rhine, how does that affect the decision of others to make that kind of decision going forward?
Objection. How can you can't ask a question about whether, how it affects the decision of others. He can't speak for others.
I think he can well have an opinion, having done it himself and talked to others in the neighborhood, yes.
Objection. It's out of his personal knowledge.
It's up to the panel.
Am I on? Objection noted. Let's go forward.
Go ahead, Bob.
In my opinion, and that's simply what it is, having lived down here and developed this particular property, there's a lot of social experiments that have failed in this country. And one in particular that's failed just about everywhere it's ever happened has been the overconcentration, the oversaturation of low-income housing, in particular institutional low-income housing. There's a reason why the drop-in center was moved off of 12th Street into Queensgate. There's a reason why City Gospel was moved off of Elm Street into Dalton Street. Not that those were inappropriate services. Those both been moved out of the neighborhood so that the neighborhood could move forward. How much institutional housing can we absorb in a small, fragile, transitional, blighted neighborhood known as Mohawk? Our contention is this is the wrong project at the wrong time in the wrong place. And for this neighborhood to move forward, we need more mixed housing, workforce housing, housing that's going to house families who are going to contribute to the neighborhood and who can prosper.
Okay, again, before I adjourn with you, did you have anything else you wanted to tell the panel?
I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you for
Finney,
your testimony.
Mr. Finney, do you mind if I ask Mr. Selhurst a question here?
Sure. I encourage it. I really, he's super
Sir,
knowledgeable and passionate about this.
It sounds like you've been very involved. I'm just, I've not personally been there, so your input would be helpful. You're aware of the Mohawk Brewery Plan Cincinnati and Over-the-Rhine comprehensive plan. Did you get an opportunity to participate in those? If so, can you comment?
Sure. The brewery district plan was before I moved down here. I want to say like 06, 07, but don't quote me on that. I did come to some of the meetings for the Mohawk Neighborhood CDC, and I did contribute at some of those meetings, yes. And I do currently go to those organizational meetings today.
Thank you.
Mr. Suter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Selhorst.
Good evening.
You live at 2019 Elm Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You live across the street or next to Mikey's Late Night Slice, is that right?
I live across the street. I'm on the west side of Elm, and Mikey's Late Night Slice is on the east.
Who goes to Mikey's Late Night Slice?
Lots of folks,
Especially late night, right?
sometimes.
Kind of noisy.
Not really. I lived on Main Street, so that's pretty tame based on my experience.
But it's used by revelers mostly coming from probably Rhinegeist, right?
You know, it's really a mixed bag. You'll see a lot of people drive up. There's not a whole lot of carry-out pizza in OTR, and that's a favorite of a lot of people. So some people on foot, some people in cars.
And you live across from Oddfellows Liquor Bar, right?
It's the same establishment. I think it's just like the bar part of the pizza place.
Got it. And you live cat-a-corner to the Urban Axes axe throwing
Yes.
establishment? And you live also cat-a-corner to the Rhinegeist Brewery, right?
Rhinegeist is, I think, 1910, and I'm 2019 Elm.
And you're aware that people who frequent these establishments may have drug and alcohol addictions, correct?
I assume if you looked at the general population, there's a certain percentage, so I guess that's correct.
And you have to assume then too that people that frequent these establishments next to and across from your house have mental illness too.
Don't know.
They could, right?
Could.
And you live right adjacent to the Cincinnati Industrial Auctioneers Company, correct?
Yes.
In fact, your house backs right up to it, right?
Yes.
And you live adjacent to the Cincinnati Electrical Repair Company, right?
Yes.
Are you opposed to any of these uses?
No.
But these uses make noise and have traffic coming to and from them, right?
Yes.
You're not concerned about an oversaturation of bars and late night businesses in your neighborhood, are you?
You know, not concerned. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess I have some minor concerns about that, but yeah, there's a fine line, not a fine line, probably a pretty thick line between an area that's overpopulated by those types of establishments. It's mixed urban zoning. So you have businesses and you have entertainment facilities. So yeah, I mean, there are times you wonder.
But you live in the middle of a busy entertainment district, right?
I do. It's pretty quiet up here though, compared to Main Street.
But it's busy.
Yes and no. It's busy on the weekends and sometimes quiet at other times.
You mentioned that you used to be the chairman or president of the Over-the-Rhine Community Council, right?
Yes.
And you no longer are, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You no longer are president, is that right?
Correct.
When did your term end?
It's a good question. 2018, 2019.
Were you present for any of the Over-the-Rhine Community Council meetings that were held regarding this project over the last 8 months?
Yes.
And were you there present at the Over-the-Rhine Community Council meeting where a vote was taken about this project?
Yes, I voted no.
But wasn't the vote not to take action?
No, the vote was this a lack of support for this project. 34 no, 30 yes.
So the vote was to neither support or not support the project, right?
Correct. It's my understanding, yes.
So it was a very close vote, right?
34 voted to not support it, 30 voted to support it.
And so the community council decided not to either support or not support it, right?
They actually sent a letter to the city manager and I think to the mayor and to city council saying that the vote opposed this particular project.
But that's not what the vote was it?
Counselor, I'm not sure what you're asking me.
The vote was not a vote to oppose the project, was it?
My understanding was if you voted no, you were not supporting the project. That is my understanding.
The vote was not to support the project
Okay,
or support the project, right?
so sounds correct.
Okay, so it was a vote on whether to send a letter in support of the project, correct?
You know, I don't have the proposal in front of me. You're asking me to recall a vote from 4 months ago. All I can tell you is that 34 people voted to not, 34 members of the Over-the-Rhine Community Council voted to not support this project. As a consequence of that vote from the membership, for an organization is recognized as the voice of the neighborhood by the city council, they sent a letter saying that they did not support this project.
So you're not exactly sure what you voted on.
I'm positive what I voted on.
You're positive about your opinion about the project.
Positive
Are you
of my
sure?
vote.
What was the vote? Do you know?
Vote was
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest at some point he's just badgering the witness. He's testified extensively on this issue.
Do you recall the wording of the vote?
I would like the panel to rule on the objection before you continue to badger the witness, please.
Thank you, Mr. Penny. We had a little trouble clicking in. I think the question has been asked. Let's move on.
On your testimony earlier, you mentioned that this area would be appropriate for mixed housing. Is that right?
Yes,
There's housing on Dunlap Street, isn't there?
yes,
And there's multifamily housing on Dunlap Street in this
Yes.
vicinity? Is that correct?
yes,
Is your house next to any housing?
yes.
Where's the housing located?
2017 Elm Street, former
Yes.
home of Jacob Moorline.
So that's one house. How about what's located at 2015 Elm Street?
If that's the next building to the south, it's 3 apartments.
Okay. And you don't have any objection living next to those apartments, do you?
I do not.
Are those market rate apartments?
I'm not sure. I believe they are, but I don't know that for a fact.
Do you know how much they rent for by chance?
I do not.
You talked a lot about social services and the impact on the neighborhood. Have you ever worked in the social service industry?
I was a teacher, assistant superintendent, principal,
Okay.
worked
Did
with
you ever work
families
in-
that work with students and families that were receiving social services. That's the extent of my experience.
You haven't worked in low-income housing?
No,
You haven't worked in addiction treatment?
no,
You haven't worked in the affordable housing business, right?
no.
You expressed earlier that you'd like to see more families in the neighborhood, correct?
Yes,
And that families contribute to the neighborhood better than single people?
no, just said I'd like to see more families live in the neighborhood and contribute to the vitality of the neighborhood.
Why more families?
I think not just families. I mean, more folks. We need families, single people, multiple families moving into this area.
And what's wrong with 44 new residents renting apartments on this property then?
It's too dense. Building's inappropriate for the district.
It's too dense.
The lot is zoned for 14. They're asking for 44.
What if we built 14 units on the property and 14 families of 4 moved in? How many people would that be living on the property?
Depends on the size of the families.
I said a family of 4. Assume a family of 4.
Well, I guess that's what, 52 people?
That's more than
Quick math.
44, right?
Pardon me?
That's more than 44, isn't it?
Yes.
You wouldn't object if that number of families moved in.
If
on
that
this
meets the
property.
densing zoning requirement, fine.
But that's more people. You said it was overcrowded, right?
I did not.
Oh, one other question, one final question. My client reached out to meet with you on numerous occasions, didn't they?
Yes, emails.
And you never would meet with them, would you?
Wasn't me. You asked the question, so I'll answer it. I represent a group. We formed a neighborhood group soon after we found out that this project was going in 5 days before Christmas, called the Dunlap Neighbors. Those are the folks that signed the petition. When I inquired to the Dunlap Neighbors, would you like to meet with Over-the-Rhine Community Housing to discuss this? No one wanted to meet with them. There's a serious lack of trust. There is a serious lack of confidence that meeting with them would have anything and change any of the outcome. The general consensus of our particular neighborhood group, consisting of businesses, employees, and residents, was that they were going ahead regardless. They had done this before. We voiced our objections. They went ahead and applied again for funding. So there was no confidence and very little trust in meeting with them would resolve any of these issues. So we elected not with them, did our voting at the community council, and we voted no.
So would you agree with the statement that my client Over-the-Rhine Community Housing didn't engage with the neighborhood?
Who did they talk to?
They attempted to talk to you.
I don't
You
know.
couldn't talk to them, right?
You're breaking up a little bit there,
So
Counselor.
they attempted to talk to you, but you refused to talk to them. Isn't that correct?
I was working with a group that we had formed, a neighborhood group, Dunlap Neighbors. I proposed it to our group. That was a response that I've already given you.
Once again,
nobody
Mr. Chairman, I
wanted
just think
to
that he's
meet
beating
with
this
my client.
horse. Let me object. I just think he's beating this horse to death. We're both wasting time and just badgering the witness. The facts have been laid out.
They did not meet with my client. That's the fact. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Nye, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Okay. It's been 2 hours and 15 minutes since our last break. I think we need to take another 10-minute break.
That's fine. No problem. Thank you.
Yes, by the way, Mr. Lugan is back. So would we like to continue with questions of Mr. Lugan after the break?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I probably have
Okay,
5 minutes more.
okay, fine, thank you. We're on. Meeting will come to order. Mr. Lugan, we're glad to have you back. Mr. Suter, would you like to ask some questions to Mr. Lugan?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes. We can hear you, Mr. Lugan.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back.
Glad to be back. No, not really. I wish I was.
We have to make sure we have a quorum here.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we do.
Excellent. All right.
Okay, we're good. So why don't you go ahead, Mr. Sue?
Thank you. Mr. Lugan, where we left off is you testified that you were at the Over-the-Rhine Community Council hearing the night of the vote about this project, right?
Yes, Zoom.
By Zoom. You were virtually there, correct?
Right.
And
Mr. Chairman, he's already questioned this witness about this. He's beaten this issue to death. You have the letter that the OTR Community Council sent. You've had testimony by both witnesses about the vote. There's nothing more to ask on this issue.
I don't think Mr. Lugan testified about the vote yet, did he?
Yes, he already did.
What did he say? I don't recall.
Why don't we'll go ahead and ask the question.
And Mr. Lugan, do you remember what the vote was that evening?
One more time.
Do you remember what the vote was that evening?
Somebody sent out a text, and I tuned out after they took the vote, and somebody sent out a text and said it was 34-30.
And was the vote to send a letter to the city in support or not?
I don't know the technical terminology of what they did. I mean, the vote in my layman's opinion was whether the community council was going to recommend to recommend this project to the city council. That's how I looked at it, and I understood that if the no votes won, that it would not be recommended to city council, and they would send a letter saying that OTRCT did not recommend this project to city council, and they, that's all I know. I'm not a politician or a whatever. I mean,
that's fine. And you testified earlier that you believe that housing is a poor fit for this neighborhood. Is that correct?
What did I testify to?
Do you believe that all housing is a poor fit for this particular neighborhood?
All housing? I mean, I like to say, I'm going to look at them. Don't ask me. I'm not a city planner. I just think that when you increase density in any kind of housing to the numbers that they're proposing, it's bad. I don't care if it's 3C, DC, or model or urban sites or whatever. They should stick to what the code says. And I don't know if they get there through multiple family or single family or 2 family units. I mean, it's great, but I mean, I guess we have these laws and these municipal codes for a reason, and the reason we're supposed to obey them, and they devise things with something in mind, and so.
But you believe this is you characterize this part of the neighborhood as an entertainment district, right?
I would characterize, yes, that let's see, let me get my directions straight. The east side of Elm Street is all pretty much entertainment, yes.
Okay, and this area has been improving, right? In your mind?
In my mind, it's absolutely. I've been here since 1980. I was here when the cops wouldn't even come in the neighborhood. We lived here operated my business here when the city of Cincinnati police wouldn't venture off of Central Parkway. And finally, Hamilton County sheriffs came in and and had to patrol the streets, and there was more violence here than and things that you don't even want to know about happen down here. So I've seen the bottom of this neighborhood, and it's starting to get better.
It's starting to get better, and the addition of these 44 new residents are going to make it worse, right?
I don't know if they're going to make it better or worse. I just think it's a different vision for the neighborhood.
What's your vision for the neighborhood?
That it gets better. I mean,
What does that mean?
is that I don't know. I mean that I hope that they build some. They do whatever they're gonna do. I mean, this guy up the street's gonna put a brewery and a restaurant, and some people are gonna come in and rehab some of these old houses, or somebody across the street that's gonna rehab an old house. I have no overall vision for that. That's not me. I told you, I'm an auctioneer. I'm not a developer. I mean, they've done some really good things down here, 3CDC and Urban Sites and Model Group, and they've done some things that aren't so good. And they're the reason we're sitting here today. You're talking.
Well, it's fair to say that the reason that my client wants to invest in this neighborhood is because it has become a more livable neighborhood, right?
One more time on that.
It would be fair to say that the reason that you're seeing investment like from my client is because it has become a more livable neighborhood, correct?
I think that we're seeing investment from your client because the funds were available and they had the lot and they applied for them and they got it. I don't think they considered at all the neighborhood that they were putting it in, or if it was thought of the right building or anything for this location. That's my opinion. I mean, everybody's got their own opinion. That's my personal opinion.
There are apartment units either adjacent to or nearby your business on Dunlap Street, right?
On Dunlap Street, yes, there are.
And there are apartment units. We just heard from Mr. Selhorst, there are residential units on Elm Street, correct?
Residential units on Elm Street.
Right behind your business?
Yeah, not very many of them, but there are some. Yeah, one's really not an apartment anymore. It's kind of like what do they call those things? Like a bed and breakfast, or what do they just rent them by the weekend or something for the.
An Airbnb.
There you go. You got it.
And in fact, you want to live right near this property, don't you?
One more time.
You desire to live right near the subject property, isn't that correct?
No, sir. I am not gonna. You'll never catch me living in an OTR. I worked here my whole life, and when I go home, I go to the far reaches of East Walnut Hills.
But didn't you purchase 2037 Elm Street in 2018 with plans to rehab the property and make it your home?
Son. That's my son. That's Jeffrey M. Lugan.
Oh, okay. So it's good enough for your son, though, right?
I don't know. It may be his opinions are changing too. I think everybody's opinion has changed a little bit with what's been happening down on Main Street and all the, and everything. I went down to OTR just last Saturday night to have dinner at a restaurant with my wife and my friends. And we had to drive around for 45 minutes to find a parking place by Washington Park. 45 minutes, we circled the block, all the garages were filled and all the street spaces were taken up. I said, man, this is kind of ridiculous. Who wants to come down here? So I don't, I may, I'm 70 years old and I may opt to just stay out in my neighborhood. I mean, some things about OTR are really cool. I mean, they've really brought it a long way. And then some things, I think that they got wrong.
And you're aware that your property is located in an urban mixed zone, is that right?
If you say it is, I'll take your word for it, because that's all new to me. When I moved down here, it was just called Mohawk OTR, and there was no zones or anything else. That was all new. And I guess I'm part of OTR, and I guess I'm part of the Mohawk Development corporation. And so, yes, I mean, this is,
And the urban mixed zone, which allows for residential uses, correct?
yes, I guess. If you're the lawyer, if you say so, I'll go with you.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Am I still muted? Mr. Nye, would you like to ask some questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Penny,
We
do you
just
have
have
another witness you'd like to call?
one more witness if she's present, and it'll be just a quick question. Mary Rivers from OTRCH.
Ms. Rivers, could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I asked Mr. Ireland and maybe Mr. Hutzel about this, and I don't think I was able to get a full answer about that. Can you tell us the circumstances under which the subject property was acquired, when, and how much it was paid for, et cetera?
Now I've been with the organization since '93, and I believed it was purchased in '92. So, I mean, I could look it up, but I don't have it at my fingertips.
No problem. If you don't know, it's fine. I don't have any further questions, and we would rest in terms of our witnesses. We hopefully can have closing argument at some point.
Mr. Nye, do you have any witnesses you'd like to call?
I do not, just argument after any other public comments.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, can I call Mary Rivers as a rebuttal witness?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Ms. Rivers, are you still there?
Yes.
Oh. Can you just tell the board, I mean, you're the executive director of Over-the-Rhine Community Housing, and you have been since, well, you've been with the organization since 1993, correct?
Yes.
There's been a lot of discussion about the impact of the quote unquote concentration of social services in a neighborhood. Can you speak to that issue as someone who's worked in social services for 30 years approximately?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to, the experience that we've had in the neighborhood over the last nearly 30 years. We've lost a lot of people. We've lost a lot of social service agencies. Somebody already referenced the drop-in center and many others. And over the course of my time here, when we've developed permanent supportive housing, we've heard the same kind of arguments of, opposing it. But what we've seen happen is that the investment around those developments, Jimmy Heath House, Recovery Hotel, is significant and dramatic, so that we have $1 million homes right next to Jimmy Heath House, literally $1 million homes, and $750,000 townhomes right next to Jimmy Heath House, and Recovery Hotels on Vine Street, surrounded by restaurants and boutiques and condos. So we've seen a lot of change. The census tract 9 in the center of the neighborhood used to be majority Black, is now majority white. So our experience has been that this type of housing, dense housing, does not deter development, or, I mean, the worst impact of it is that we lose affordable housing because the market takes over.
And is there it sounds like there's been a demographic shift in Over-the-Rhine. There have been a lot of them over its history. Sounds like we're going through another demographic shift in some regards. Has that lessened the need for this type of housing?
No, unfortunately. I mean, some people get moved out of the neighborhood, and then other people just lose their home and have nowhere to go. There's just such a deep need for affordable housing. So there's more people on the street seeking shelter, living in cars.
And what was attractive about this particular property to build these 44 affordable housing units to Over-the-Rhine community housing?
Well, it's access to services. It's access to fresh fruit and vegetables, healthy foods, access to transportation. Of course, the fact that we own it. Yeah, access to mental health services, all of those reasons. The same reason that others want to live in that part of the neighborhood.
And let's unpack that a little bit, Ms. Rivers. What access to mental health services is unique there?
Well, I don't have the map in front of me, but I know that just around the corner on Central Parkway, there's some mental health services there. And then across Vine Street over onto McMicken, there's a dental clinic and there's services available there. So that's specific to mental health. And then
what about you mentioned access to fresh foods? Where is that located?
well, Finley Market, of course, just walking distance to Finley Market and all the fresh food there. And then our daily bread is just on the other side of Finley Market for folks who may not have money to purchase food at Finley Market. And our daily bread is a soup kitchen.
And you mentioned other services. Can you be more specific about what else is in that vicinity that's walkable from that property that might be beneficial?
Well, there's the clinic on McMicken. There is the Elm Street Clinic. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can remember some of the others.
Would you be, well, Over-the-Rhine Community Housing has owned this property for, sounds like around 29, 30 years, somewhere in there, right?
Yes.
Would you be interested in developing this property for 44 residents if the neighborhood hadn't gotten safer?
Yeah, I mean, we're rooted in community-based solutions to the problems that we and our neighbors experience. So the property was purchased as part of our mission to provide affordable housing. That's what we're about. And so, yeah, when there was a roof issue on that property, and this was maybe a 94 or, and they left the roofing materials on top of the property, and then it collapsed, and then the building department took the building down. But there was always the intention that it would be housing, that it would serve the community as housing.
And your organization was holding the property until the situation was, safe enough to build housing there. Is that right?
Yeah, in part. It's just a process with community-based work. Yeah, when funding was going to be available to develop. Yeah, I mean, there's several different factors that go into making a decision when to pursue a development, the need, the funding availability, yeah, and the neighborhood around it.
And the building that was taken down on that property by the city, assuming it was unsafe, was that 4 stories or 3 stories?
It was 4 stories, and it was built to the lot lines.
All 4 lot lines?
I believe so, yes.
And the building next to it, it appears that there were maybe 3 buildings on that block or just 1?
It came down before I was real familiar with it. It was 1 address, but it looks like 3 buildings, but it was all 1 building.
Okay. And part of that building facade had side-by-side double windows, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Let me ask you about your efforts at community engagement. Can you describe, as the executive director, I assume that you, as part of this development, both coordinated and instructed your staff to engage the community around this project. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why is that important to you and your organization to do that?
We're a community-based organization, and we're members of the community council. We encourage membership in the community council. We know it's important to engage the community on development.
And do you often run into opposition when you're attempting to develop affordable housing?
Yes, frequently.
And do you make a attempt to engage with the surrounding property owners?
Yes. And
did you in this case?
yes,
And did any of the surrounding property owners meet with you?
there were two surrounding property owners who engaged to a degree. Both went to the Jimmy Heath house to see how it operates and to understand what we're proposing better. So there was two, and yeah, then we tried with the group that Bob Salhorst talked about, but as he said, they didn't want to meet with us.
How many times did you attempt to meet with the Dunlap neighbors group?
I want to say four times. First, Bob was interested, and then he had to check with the group, and then they just went silent. They didn't respond anymore.
So you made 3 additional attempts after your initial attempt with Bob.
Directly with him, yeah, at least.
And then they never replied again?
Right.
Why did you make so many attempts? Why did you feel it was important to make those attempts?
Because I felt like they just didn't understand what we were proposing, and we wanted the opportunity to show them what we're doing, to see Jimmy Heath house, to see it's not so scary, that it's, that we just wanted to see what it is. So they at least would be informed about it, and not have all these fears, maybe based in just lack of information. And we've experienced this before. And like I said, development still occurs around the housing we develop, and market and property values increase dramatically. So we just wanted them to be able to see that.
In fact, there was a Major League Soccer stadium constructed right across from Jimmy Heath house, correct?
Yes.
And did you ever hear any complaints from anybody about the location of the Jimmy Heath house next to thousands of soccer fans?
No.
There been any issues there whatsoever?
I think it's probably the issues are more for the residents at Jimmy Heath house having to deal with all of that, but we haven't had any other issues.
Is there anything else you'd like the board to know before we conclude here tonight?
Just the issue with construction, and how it's inconvenient. And I just want to remind us all that it is temporary, that we've lived through a whole lot of construction in the neighborhood, and so have residents. And it's difficult during the phase, but it's temporary. So I know that some folks are concerned about the impact of construction. Yeah, and just that the Ohfa, Ohio Housing Finance Agency, that awards the tax credits, they don't award tax credits to transitional housing.
And you're not planning transitional housing, are you?
Right. They wouldn't have awarded it to us if we were.
That's all I have.
I would object and ask to have stricken all that testimony. We were then prohibited from talking about use, and then he goes into transitional housing versus what's the other one? Congregate housing. And I'm just mystified by the rulings of the panel of what is and is not allowed on that. And then counsel for the applicant walks right into the testimony that he asked me to be prohibited and was prohibited from presenting.
But we'll talk for that. Just
how can that possibly be?
We can talk for that.
Mr. Finney, you were not prohibited from asking questions on it.
You know, we will, I guess, on appeal, review this record, but I have no idea how you can expressly and repeatedly rule that I can't put it in. You allowed it as a proffer, which means it's not coming in, and then you allow it for them with no objection whatsoever. How is that fair?
I guess you'll have to take that up with the appeal court.
It's just, and I will note for the record, there were specific exhibits on this issue of use that I was prohibited from exploring, and then you allow Mary Rivers to testify to all of that on direct, to the very attorney who objected to all the stuff that I wanted to put in. I do not understand. It is incomprehensible how you have ruled on evidentiary issues.
I appreciate that, Mr. Finney. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a judge. I'm a volunteer. And if I've made a tragic mistake, I guess that'll happen. That having been said, let's go to the witnesses that are here. We have several signed up. Everybody that testifies is going to have to be sworn in. I am going to limit everyone to 2 minutes. I ask you, we've had an awful lot of testimony about a lot of things. If you don't have anything additional or to add, you can just say, I have nothing to say. But if you want to testify, that is fine. So the first I'm just going down by the list by how they signed up. The first person is Adam Gelter, Gelter. Okay, I think he's gone. Okay. Alyssa Berry.
She had to leave.
Okay. Allison Reynolds Berry.
Oh, she had to leave. That's who I was talking
Okay.
about.
Amy Silver.
She's present.
Okay. Ms. Silver?
I'm here.
Okay, we have to swear you in.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes,
There you go. Okay, you have 2 minutes, Ms. Silver.
I'll be short. My name is Amy Silver. I'm a social worker at Over-the-Rhine Community Housing, but I'm also a resident of the neighborhood. I've lived in Over-the-Rhine since 2007. And as a resident, I've been involved in the community council since 2007. I served as the secretary on the board of trustees for 6 years. Recently, my term ended about 2 years ago. And I just wanted to add the perspective that there is a significant amount of community support for this project. Certainly not everyone who supports it is active in community council due to various barriers in attending meetings like that. But there is a known need for this type of housing. There's support in our community, and I myself am in support of the project. Thank you.
Very much. By the way, I'd just like to mention that Mr. Suter, Mr. Finney, Mr. Nye, if you would like to question any of the people that are speaking, you may. Okay.
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Ann Brown. Okay. Bonnie Newmeyer.
I'm here.
Okay.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. I'm a 50-year resident of Over-the-Rhine and resident board secretary of Over-the-Rhine Community Housing. I urge you to support our project. It will serve persons experiencing chronic homelessness. I often hear people complaining about encountering persons homeless on our streets. This is a humane and dignified solution that warrants your support. I've attended both the Economic Development and Housing Committee and general membership meetings of our Over-the-Rhine Community Council for years. OTRCH gave excellent presentations, answered questions, and offered to meet with anyone who was interested in hearing more about our plans. I would say that OTRCH has better communicated at more meetings at our community council than any other developer. As been said, we offered tours of Jimmy Heath House so that neighbors can better understand the proven model we will be using. As a longtime member of our community council, it is disheartening to witness the attitude now present at these meetings. I have seen persons with limited incomes drop off of our community council because of the racial and economic biases that are expressed about those most vulnerable and marginalized in our neighborhood. I believe there is more support for this project that can be understood or expressed by one close vote taken at a membership meeting where the vote count was chaotic and contested. I am excited about the design. It wraps services that are voluntary around the people who will call this home. Once stably housed, individuals are better able to take advantage of the services offered. Quality of life is improved for the individual as well as the neighborhood. We all, residents and businesses, have a great opportunity to demonstrate love in action rather than fear that keeps us separated from those we think are so different than ourselves. We can expand our hearts to welcome people in greatest need. We are so close to making this project come to fruition. Your affirmative vote will help us on that positive trajectory. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon D'Alessandro.
I don't have any comments, no.
Thank you. Catherine Engel.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Catherine Engel. I'm a director of mental health services at Greater Cincinnati Behavioral Health. I oversee GCB's homeless outreach programs and our housing support mental health case management services. And I just wanted to share some information in support of Over-the-Rhine Community Housing's Dunlap project. So our PATH and Generosity Street outreach teams, they're serving over 200 unduplicated adults living on the streets. And this number has unfortunately significantly increased compared to this time last year when they were serving around 160. So people are remaining on the streets longer than 1 or 2 years ago, mainly due to the lack of accessible housing. The average length of stay in street outreach projects is about 134 days, with a median of 74. Last year, over the same time period, an average length of stay was 85 days. So it's greatly gone up. And I just wanted to say that there's a critical need for more permanent supportive housing in our community. Thank you.
Gone. Oh, okay. Christine Wooden.
Hi, my name is Christine Wooten. I am.
Oh, hold on. We have to get you sworn in.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Christine Wooten. I am the program coordinator for Recovery Hotel with Over-the-Rhine Community Housing at 1225 Vine. And I've been working in Over-the-Rhine for over 15 years. And I just see now the need, even more now than I have seen in the years prior to, the need for affordable housing. And like everyone has said, with Over-the-Rhine Community Housing, this is a great need. And we are one of the organizations that support the homelessness. And we feel like they're human beings just like us, and they deserve to be housed also. Thank you.
David Elkins. Here he is.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi. My name is David Elkins. I work for Over-the-Rhine Community Housing. I'm a social worker. I've been working with homeless individuals at the Jimmy Heath House for about 12 years now. I want to say that I hear the concerns of the community. I think everyone at OTR hears those and would like to work with that community. But I think we also have to weigh the needs of people who can't be represented at this meeting, who aren't represented at this meeting, who have a stake in this. Those are the homeless people who would get housing from this building. I think that those needs have to be balanced with an area that is obviously growing commercially. It sounds like it's pretty commercially healthy. I can't believe that there isn't room for growth in all of these situations, including some housing for people that don't have any homes right now. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. David Macheco. Okay. Denny Dillinger. Elliot Cutler. Jerome Jugan. Should I skip? John Walter.
Yes, thank you.
Would you raise your right hand, please?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, I'm John Walter. I've lived and operated my business in the Mohawk area of Over-the-Rhine since 1984. Currently serve as an Over-the-Rhine Community Council trustee and secretary, and I'm also a trustee in the Mohawk Neighborhood CDC. These are just my personal thoughts that I'm going to convey to you. I walk down through the Mohawk, Dunlap, Elm area every day, round trip to Findlay Market for exercise and such. And the area, there's no question there's a need for housing like this. That's not the question. The question is the location in my mind. The area of McMicken between Dunlap and Mohawk, which is where the old theater is, the Imperial Theater, there's every vice in the city. That area right there, if you ask any cop, any resident that knows anything about Over-the-Rhine, there's human trafficking, there's pimps, prostitutes, johns, drug dealing, shootings, litter, blight, everything. That area right there. And this is literally one block down the street from that. And the individuals are obviously suffering that are going to live in this facility, and they're going to have a lot of idle time. And to live that close to all of those vices, and the corner stores right there, the liquor store, there's 20 guys hanging out on that sidewalk constantly. And it just seems like it's just not a very healthy potential interaction between this facility and that area of McMicken. So I appreciate your understanding. Thanks.
Thank you very much. John Woosland. Okay. Josh Spring.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. My name is Josh Spring. I am the director of the Greater Cincinnati Homeless Coalition. I live in the neighborhood. I work here, and I'm part of the community council. The housing that we are talking about would specifically serve people with disabilities. and specifically folks exiting homelessness. And unfortunately, in our city, at least 70% of folks exiting homelessness are Black. Black people bear the burden of homelessness more than any other group. And when we think about discrimination, and we like to put it in a time that's gone by, and we think of images of saying this group of people can't live here or that group of people can't eat here. And while those signs existed, it happened much more often in meetings just like this one. And I hope that this board, and I believe you do, have the ability to see through it, that the people who are fighting this development simply do not want to live nor work near people with disabilities, nor people that don't look like them. That is the simple truth. And I hope that this body will not, and I believe you won't, make the city complicit in that illegal discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you. June Alexander. Okay. Karen Domine. Kim Walker.
She left. She's no
Okay.
longer.
Okay. Christina Lascalia. Margie Waller. Haven't seen her. Mary Rivers. She does. Michael Boots. Michael Flood.
I'm here.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, before I read my statement, I just want to let you know that I was a former employee of Over-The-Rhine Community Housing, so I'm very familiar with all that they do, and I'm very proud of my association with them. And I also am a tenant in one of their buildings. As a registered nurse, I enthusiastically support Over-The-Rhine Community Housing's planned permanent supportive housing on Dunlap Street as a healthcare issue. I have worked as a visiting nurse in all of Cincinnati's neighborhoods and cared for people of all backgrounds. Those living in safe, sound housing, whether market rate or subsidized, reach their healthcare goals more consistently than people living in substandard housing who must waste their energies on distractions that keep them from focusing on their healthcare needs. Over-the-Rhine Community Housing's record of providing supportive wraparound services to our most vulnerable neighbors has been and continues to be crucial to a healthier Cincinnati. Their goal to provide housing on their property rather than continuing to provide parking for those who live elsewhere should be allowed to move forward. And just one additional point, I have also worked as a psychiatric nurse and see many of my former patients on the street who are in desperate need of housing. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Robert Killens.
Yes, thank you.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I'm Robert Killens. I am with the Greater Cincinnati Foundation. For the record, our president and CEO, Ellen Katz, submitted a letter of support for this project. I just wanted to amplify 3 points about our support for the project. First and foremost, we were an enthusiastic supporter of the Jimmy Heath House, and there were many complaints and concerns, but Jimmy Heath House has been a model, as was testified to earlier. It is a housing first model, and what we know is that there are homeless people, and they're in the neighborhood, and they do better, and we do better when we get them housed and off the streets. It saves money, it creates a better quality of life. The second thing I wanted to bring to the attention of the committee, there was a lot of complaints and testimony today about density. Well, the Cincinnati USA Regional Chamber released last year a report called Principles for Regional Housing. And I want to amplify two of the principles that they made. And they said that we need desperately more density in our housing. It says dense housing is a key. It should be a priority everywhere, especially near job centers. And we know Over-The-Rhine is a job center and on the transit. And then the second thing it mentioned of the 8 principles is the need for changes to our zoning because, and let me quote, it says, zoning is the predominant tool available to local communities to regulate land use. It's played an important role in the past, but it should be a top priority for zoning reform so that we can get more density of housing. So I just wanted to let you know that the Cincinnati USA Regional Chamber is on the record saying we need more density. And I think this is an appropriate project for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ron Holbrook.
Oh, Mayor.
Over.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, we own the Sans Brewery building at 244 West McMicken, the Felsen House building at 242 West McMicken, and the Jackson Brewery building at 208 Mohawk. There's another 32 parcels that we've purchased around those buildings as well, made significant investment in purchasing those properties, and we're investing millions in this area to bring revitalization to the historic breweries. We found that the historical characteristics were charming and appealing, and we want to revitalize that area. We purchased those buildings, which are in very poor condition. Part of the reason because they were zoned appropriately for the uses that we intend to put in place. And we're considering bringing retail, dining, brewery production, and possibly overnight accommodations. And we've received some support from the local communities. This is a multi-year project. We're committed to being there long-term, supporting this for years to come. And we support programs that help the hungry, the homeless, or those addicted to drugs. We're not opposed to housing to support those that need that support. We just ask the board to consider the impact that a variance of this type would have on our ability to sustain our project and others like it. We've got concerns about the negative impact it might have on traffic, parking, and how that might impact businesses. And we just ask that you take that in consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Roseanne and Kevin Hassey.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you swear us both? Oh, so sorry. Can you swear us both in, or
Yes.
does it be one at a time?
No, we'll swear you both in, and the two of you get 2 minutes total.
Right, exactly. That works for us.
Okay.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Start the clock. What a night it's been. So first of all, I just wanted to address, I feel like earlier in the evening, somebody asked the question, would you want to live next door to this development? And I just want to start by saying we're neighbors of the Jimmy Heath house. So in fact, we do live next door to a development like this. And I want to just state, despite the motorcycle in the background right now, which is not at Jimmy Heath house, that actually I prefer to live near neighborhoods and housing like the Jimmy Heath house. First of all, it's run by Over-The-Rhine Community Housing, which has a long history in the community. And what they do is blue chip. And so we have actually, I would say our neighborhood is deeper and richer for having Jimmy Heath House across the street, as well as 3 other OTR community housing buildings nearby. The second thing that I would want to say, so they do what they do well. I would also want to say that I think that what we've heard tonight is that this area is changing and growing in a way that's positive. And I would call that really similar to West 15th, maybe 5 years ago. And so what I would say is that people that will move into and inhabit these neighborhoods expect, value, and appreciate diversity. In fact, you want it when you move into these neighborhoods, or you wouldn't move here. And so when I look at this and I think about it, I actually think that this is a positive for the neighborhood. I think that based on our neighborhood and what's happened here, in fact, community housing, residential housing prices have gone up over the last, couple years, and including building a major dense stadium at the end of the street. So I just look at this and I think it's a natural progression of the neighborhood, and it should be welcomed because all people should be welcomed. And we should thank Over-the-Rhine Community Housing for being the leaders in this, because what they do extraordinarily well.
And I would only add that I think our personal feelings are broadly felt among our neighbors. They view Jimmy Heath House in very high regard and think of it as one of the best neighbors that we have.
And they become your neighbors. To be clear, we know people that live in these homes, and they are your neighbors, and they add richness to
Okay. Thank you very much. Ryan Minich.
I have nothing further to add at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Jeff Luke. Jeff Lugan Sr. But he was a witness. What about Ryan? Okay, Ryan Lugan. I'm sorry.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, for whatever reason, my video is not coming online.
Okay. We'll take your word for it that you have your right hand up. Oh, I'm sorry. According to the rules, if you don't have both audio and video, you cannot testify. I apologize.
You did pass a motion earlier today saying the contrary.
Okay, next person is.
Did you not pass? You did not pass a motion earlier today stating the con.
Say, I'm sorry. Did we pass a motion doing what?
That you would allow somebody not to have video today because there was another issue?
No.
Okay.
No, we did not.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Transcripts available. Lauren Stahl.
I'm here.
Okay.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. My name is Lauren Stoll, and I'm a licensed social worker of 6 years at Over-the-Rhine Community Housing. I just want to say that I'm familiar with the plans for this project, and I also see the increasingly pressing need for permanent supportive housing in our city every day in my work with the most vulnerable in our community. As a social worker, I witness daily the deep connection between access to stable, affordable housing and individuals' ability to succeed in their goals, their recovery, and their overall health. There is nowhere near enough permanent supportive housing in our city relative to the individuals and families that need it. I support this life-saving project and hope that you will do the same.
Okay, thank you very much. Francis Russell.
I'm here.
Okay.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I'm representing the Over-the-Rhine Foundation. I'm the vice president of that organization and also representing the infill subcommittee of that organization. And we have found that the architectural proposal substantially meets the historic conservation guidelines for infill as it relates to infill. So we support the project. On a personal note, I'm a 30-year property owner in Over-the-Rhine, architect and urban designer. And I also find that these design parameters are largely met by the design that we see. We did interact with the designers and OTRCH regarding the design several times and had a chance to really look it over, but we think it complies well.
Okay, thank you very much. Al Hurt,
He had to leave, Father Al.
okay, thank you very much. Yeah, is there anybody there that would like to testify that I have not called?
Tom, this is Cassandra. There's a Ryan Lugan that's trying to join us. He may be on camera now. He just stepped in.
Okay. Ryan Lugan. There you are. You're on mute, Ryan.
Look at that.
Okay, would you raise your right hand, please?
I'm sorry. Yep,
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, sorry, it took me so long to get it figured out, but would it be opposed to the project as well due to the variance request for density? Just feel like it's too many people for this small of a neighborhood. Again, I would be against that, whether it was market rate or not. I do commend OTRCH for taking the charge on the homelessness. Obviously, it's a very emotionally charged issue. Would just like to see it be less dense and would hope the best for them. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Right now, we're going to go to closing statements for the attorneys. First one we're going to call on is Mr. Nye.
Thank you. Appreciate everyone's time and patience here. I know we've done this a few times. I'll try to move through this as quickly as I possibly can. I represent the FL Emmert Company. Emmert's production facility has been located at 2007 Dunlap, which is directly west of the subject property since at least 1907, so 115 years. So far as anyone can tell, we're the longest tenured member of the neighborhood by quite a while. I submitted letters previously in January and June. We made argument at the prior hearing. I'm not going to repeat all that, but I also appreciate that the board has a lot of materials and has heard a lot of testimony. So I do want to summarize some of it. I'm going to try to move as quickly as possible through sort of 4 subjects. First, and this is something I weighed in briefly on earlier, I just note on behalf of my client that I think the board can and should consider the question of what type of use this is. I think it's definitely within the board's purview, but I also really want to reiterate that my client does not object to the nature of the use. We don't care if it's permanent supportive housing or congregate housing or transitional housing or anything else. What we're concerned about is putting 44 housing units, no matter what kind of housing it is, in this spot. I mean, you heard previously that there's a ton of truck and forklift traffic here. In addition to our production facility there at 2007 Dunlap, which is immediately west of the subject, we rent the warehouse space that's diagonally across that intersection to the southwest, the Delhi Foods building. And our concerns are that it wouldn't be safe to install this here and that it wouldn't be consistent within the neighborhood to put this overdense housing right next to this truck heavy, forklift heavy use that's been there for over a century. We're concerned about safety in our business operations, not the details of what kind of housing this is. Okay, so with that out of the way, the second thing I would like to talk about is their certificate of appropriateness. I'd like to make sort of 2 main points here. One of the issues I raised in our June letter is that the certificate of appropriateness has 2 aspects to it. There's the design aspect and what I think you would call the neighborhood fit aspect. We didn't talk too much about design in our letter, but having sat through some of the other cases at the June hearing, for example, and having seen some of the designs in those cases in terms of how they mesh with the neighborhood, we think this design in this case does leave something to be desired. At the June hearing, in particular cases, COA 2022, numbers 25, 27, and 28, these were 2 houses, 2 buildings just down Elm and one a little bit north on Dunlap. those are much more compatible with the neighborhood. This design, I think if we're being honest, feels a little bit more like a chain hotel rather than something that belongs in OTR. And, maybe it's a symptom of the renderings that we've seen, but it kind of has an antiseptic feel to it. And, I'm not an architecture critic, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to anyone, so I can't offer a lot more detail than that, but I just suggest that on the design aspect of it, the board should listen very closely to the concerns of the folks who live in the area in terms of those design details. The other aspect of a certificate of appropriateness is the one that we did focus on in our letter. The guidelines stated the board's, quote, focus should be on compatibility with the surrounding contributing buildings and should consider the balance of how the design relates to the neighboring buildings. And the relation to the neighboring buildings of this proposal is all wrong. And in particular, the front entrance is on the southwest corner, the parking lot on the northwest corner. That's right where the existing uses are the heaviest, including the use that my client has had for 115 years. The building would be more compatible with surrounding contributing buildings if it's oriented so the entrance is on the southeast. Most of the residents would approach it from that way anyway. We've heard the residents generally won't have cars, so they'll come in by foot or public transportation, which primarily come from the east, from Elm Street. I think they would prefer that. I appreciate the response that there's a logistical problem with having the parking lot over there because Colby Alley is pretty narrow. Now, I think that's wrong. I think if it's a logistical problem to have the parking lot over there, then you should deny the setback variance to alleviate that. But at least I understand that argument. I don't understand the argument about where the entrance goes. Again, the board's directive is to focus on the existing neighborhood and existing uses. And when viewed in that light, the most appropriate place for that entrance is on the east. That's the safest location. It's the most obvious location. And so if the board is inclined to grant the certificate of appropriateness, either with or without the variances, and the way to balance this building, whatever it ultimately looks like in terms of the design details, is to mirror it across the north-south axis. So move the storefront or main entrance from the southwest to the southeast and move the parking lot from the northwest to the northeast. That gives a 100-foot buffer between the front door and the activity over on Dunlap, which is where the safety concern is. Again, I think that'd be more attractive to residents and so on. And the testimony I heard today from Mr. Colby and Mr. Eilerman is that, at least with respect to the front entrance in particular, there's no reason they couldn't do this. It's just a design preference. Well, let's make safety and fit a priority rather than design and move it to the southeast. There was some testimony as to why they didn't want to do that with respect to the parking lot and courtyard. That answer was tied into the setback. If they don't have that setback variance, that problem is ameliorated. Maybe not eliminated, but at least ameliorated. So my point is, if the variances are making for a bad site plan, then you deny the variances, not approve a bad site plan. Get the siting right, make sure you balance those factors, make sure it's compatible with the neighborhood, and then consider the variances. That's the appropriate way to approach this case. And I think that's what the board landed on in January when it said, we got to hear these all together. So I think you're headed down the right path there. Get the siting and the design right first, then worry about the variances. Okay, so third point, the variances. There are two of them. Let's start with the density variance. There are two ways in the code to get a variance. They're in 1445-15A and B. A says a variance can be granted if, among other things, quote, owing to special circumstances or conditions pertaining to a specific piece of property, the strict application of provisions or requirements of this code or the land development code as applicable are unreasonable and will result in practical difficulties. The application talks a lot about practical difficulties, but that's not the test. The test is whether there are practical difficulties due to special circumstances or conditions pertaining to this specific piece of property. That usually means unusual topography, a difficult lot shape, some kind of geological concern that makes a portion of the lot not buildable, and that kind of thing. That's not the basis for their application, though. The reason they've applied for the variances, and this is not my interpretation of it, this is their express contention, and page 8 of their application letter and the testimony you've heard today, and I'm sure in the argument you're going to hear, is that their funding model requires it. Assuming, for the sake of argument, that qualifies as a practical difficulty, it's not a practical difficulty that is, quote, owed to special circumstances or conditions pertaining to the specific piece of property. This is a perfectly square and almost perfectly flat parcel. Those are not special circumstances or conditions. They do not create any practical difficulty, and you can't grant a variance because of it. If this property has special circumstances or conditions that justify a variance, then there isn't a single parcel anywhere in city limits that shouldn't get a variance. So that's 1445-15A. The other way to get a variance is 1445-15B, which requires a showing that, quote, the variance is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of a substantial property right of the applicant possessed by owners of other properties in the same district or vicinity. Substantial right is a legal term of art. The Ohio Revised Code says it's a right that's conferred by the Constitution, a statute, a common law, or a right of a rule of procedure. There hasn't been any argument that the Constitution, the statute, the common law, or rule of procedure gives them a right to the variance. The only right they're claiming here, and again, this is not my gloss on it, this is from their application at page 9. They say the reason they're entitled to this variance is because other property owners have received similar variances. Now, I'm not sure that's even factually correct, because we heard some testimony today saying that other variances were for far fewer units. But more importantly, there's no such thing as a substantial right to a variance just because other people got a variance. To put another way, variances are not, or at least are not supposed to be, precedential. I think that's something we can all agree on. I know it's something that the applicant's counsel agrees on because I asked him. I put the question directly to him. I said, Sean, if this gets a variance for 44 units, why doesn't the lot, two parcels over on Dunlap get a variance for 44 units? Why doesn't every vacant lot get 44 units? And he said, no, our variances shouldn't create any legal precedent. They want to have it both ways here. They want to cite other variances as supporting this one, but they want to say, don't worry, we're not setting a precedent if you get this one. They can't both be true. The correct answer is that variances are not precedential. And that means the board should ignore any testimony and any argument based on the fact that other properties got other variances. That's the entire argument, their entire argument for a variance under 1445-15B. It's just legally wrong. You do have a legal right to make a productive use of your property, but you don't have any right to make any particular specific use of the property. Variances also are not available for the convenience of the applicant. And that's not me, that's the Court of Appeals interpretation of a case called Coppice versus Clark from 2019. You can't get a variance for convenience. I think the most accurate description of this is that it is more convenient to their funding models to do it this way rather than to do 14 larger units. This also gets back to the point I made just a moment ago about 15A. If you treat variances as precedential, and this qualifies for a variance, then every parcel qualifies for a variance, and the zoning code means nothing. That's no different from amending the zoning code, which is something that only city council can do, which is also something that's been asked to do recently and something that it refused to do. Again, don't mistake it from me, that's on page 8 of the staff report, page 8 and 9. City council also hasn't delegated that authority to this board to effectively amend the zoning code. They couldn't delegate that authority even if they wanted to. Again, that's not my argument about what's good policy. That's the law from the Court of Appeals over on 9th Street, a case called Vandervoort versus Sisters of Mercy. I don't want to harp on this too much, but the testimony presented by the applicant, we explicitly heard the argument made when Mr. Colby said that, quote, the zoning code is out of touch relative to density needs. Their express argument is that we know better, the code is outdated. Well, if you want to amend the code, you go to city council. And, listen, I understand why he believes that, and maybe he's right, but that's not a call that anyone at this meeting has the authority to make. Only city council can do it. They haven't done it. All the same considerations apply to the setback variance. There's no special circumstances with respect to the setback variance. There are no substantial rights with respect to the setback variance. And as I said a moment ago, it's even worse than that because their proposed setback variance is causing the other problems they're now trying to solve with an inappropriate design on the COA side. If you deny that setback variance, then the site plan issues are easy to resolve. So with all that said, my final argument is really just one about conditions. As I said, I think on this record, the facts and the law point to a denial of the applications as presented. Now, I think the board could based on these facts in the law, grant a certificate of appropriateness while denying the variances based on two conditions. One is that the structure be mirrored across that north-south axis. So again, so the entrance is on the east and the parking lot is on the east. That's the best fit with the neighborhood's existing uses and contributing structures, which is what the board is supposed to focus on. That would put a safety buffer between Emmert's 115-year-old operational history of heavy equipment on Dunlap. And not to mention, I think it'd be more desirable for the residents. Alternatively, the board could at least impose that condition on the entrance. Again, I'm worried about the safety of people coming out their front door and walking into a forklift, okay? I think both of them should be on the east, but at least the entrance. Impose that condition, put it on the east. The second condition that the board can and should impose on the certificate of appropriateness is something that gives us assurances that any construction with or without the variances doesn't interfere with our operations. So some kind of condition that allows us to enforce a right to keep the street open. You heard Mr. Eilerman say that their general contractor model group has submitted a proposal that would provide for temporary lane closures of both Dunlap and Henry. You've heard testimony previously and today, and you've seen photographs showing how that would interfere with our operations and maybe others too. I believe OTRCH and I believe the model group, and they say that they want to do what they can not to interfere with our business. What I need is assurances. So regardless whether you grant the variances, the COA should come with a condition that they not interfere with neighboring traffic on Dunlap and Henry, period. And if you impose that condition, then if the worst happens, my client has a legal right that I can enforce to protect my client. Probably all it would take is a phone call from me to Sean and say, hey, they're blocking the road, and he'd get it cleared up right away. But if for some reason he couldn't make that happen, or if it happened repeatedly, then if you impose that condition, if necessary, I could get relief from a court and say, hey, they're violating the conditions of this approval. I need some kind of relief, injunctive relief from a court. That's not perfect, but it's really kind of the minimal appropriate condition here based on the instruction that the board needs to take into account the existing neighborhood uses. And I think, really that's not an inappropriate place to land. The board should deny the variances, but grant the COA on those two conditions. And that way the applicant could build its 14 family of 4 units here, housing more people than proposing to house now. My client has been there for over 100 years and continues operations without interference. And the families who live there will have an extra 100-foot safety buffer. So unless the board has any other questions for me, that's all I have. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nye. Next, Mr. Finney, would you like to present next?
Yes, thank you very much. And I do want to, first of all, thank you all for your patience in sitting through all of this testimony today, and I guess on 2 other occasions. And really your attempt on the procedural things. I didn't mean to be overly critical, but I was frustrated with not being able to get certain things in the record and continue to object to that. But I know you're all doing your best, and I'm sure it's just thankless for doing what you do, and I want to make sure that I do thank you for that service. You're being asked today to do 2 things. One is to grant 2 variances, and 2 is to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the appropriateness for the design of the project within the neighborhood. The variances are not insubstantial, and really the density variance alone is jarring to think about what's being asked of you. So the architect for the project, I believe it was, testified that his reasoning for all of this, the density and the setback variances, were simply because they want to cram more units onto the site. I asked him that question directly, and I don't believe that's a coloring of the testimony. That was the interest that was being served, not a aesthetic interest, not a planning and zoning interest, simply a developer interest to put as many units on a single piece of property as is possible. And the standards for this panel, I believe, let's talk about the variances first, are not pure whimsical discretion on your part. They are discretion constrained within the ordinances of the city, which are contained in 1445-13 and 1445-15. 1445-13 defines the general standards for public interest, and it goes through a series of tests that you would need to apply in order to grant a variance. The first is in order to determine that it is in the public interest. Now, it does say the failure of the proposed work to conform to any single factor or guideline is not necessarily a sufficient basis for denial, but the examiner, in this case, the Historic Conservation Board, has the duty to approve the work that maximizes both the public interest and private benefits. What are those public interests? The proposed work conforms to the underlying zone district and is in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the zoning code. As to the setback, why have a setback for, as was pointed out, a perfectly flat, and I think either square or rectangular lot that has no unusual features? What is the reason to just completely ignore the zoning code and allow, in this case, the setback variance? There is none. It does not conform to the underlying zone district. It does not conform with the general purpose or intent of the zoning code to allow that. And then with respect to the density variance, it is, like I say, just jarring to say we're going to completely ignore all of the objective standards that have been adopted by the city and adopt something that is more than 3 times what the code allows. And the only reason tendered for that is we want to cram as many units onto this site as humanly possible. Next is the guidelines. The proposed work conforms with the guidelines adopted or approved by council for the district for which the proposed work is located. Again, there is no written guidelines or ordinances that would allow this. And back on the zoning issue, I would point out that council back in March had an opportunity to revisit the density issue and reaffirmed by rejecting the amendments their policy on density. So there's no argument that this is in harmony with the general purposes intent of the zoning code or conforms with the underlying zone district regulations. Same with the guidelines. Plans. The proposed work conforms to a comprehensive plan and the applicable urban design or other plan adopted by council and any applicable community plan approved by the city planning commission. There's not even an argument that that exists. Traffic. The streets or other means of access to the proposed development are suitable and adequate to carry anticipated traffic and will not overload the adjacent streets, and internal circulation system is properly designed. The only testimony you've had, particularly with respect, well, with really respect to both the zoning, the density issue, and with respect to the setback issue, is that the traffic the streets and other means of access to the property are not suitable and adequate for this site and are going to create a lot of problems for the existing users and for the future intended use. Buffering. The appropriate buffering is provided to protect adjacent uses and properties from light, noise, and visual impacts. Quite the opposite, that the mass of this building, just the tremendous mass of this building, by giving a variance on the setback, the height, and the density of units, the number of units, is not buffering at all, but the opposite. It's intrusive into the neighborhood. Landscaping meets the requirements of 1423. There is no landscaping whatsoever for this project that I'm aware of. Hours of operation are compatible with adjacent land uses. I don't know that that deviates one way or the other. Neighborhood compatibility. The proposed work is compatible with the predominant or prevailing land use, building, and structure patterns of the neighborhood surrounding your proposed development and will not have a material net cumulative adverse impact on the neighborhood. The only testimony is that there's much smaller housing developments in the immediate vicinity, and then bars and restaurants, hospitality, Airbnbs, and manufacturing and industrial uses. So there's nothing compatible about putting a 44 unit development that's 3 times the permitted density in slap in the middle of this neighborhood. Proposed zoning amendments. The work is consistent with proposed amendment to the zoning code or the land development code. Again, precisely the opposite. The density was specifically rejected. Even doubling the density, which would still be far less than what's being proposed by this plan, was rejected by council just 4 or 5 months ago. Adverse effects, any adverse effect on the access to the property by fire, police, or other public services, access to light and air, traffic conditions. Again, all of those issues militate against the project, including that there's been nothing, as my client pointed out, indicating there's been any traffic or fire studies indicating the safety of this. Blight, the elimination or avoidance of blight. This is a productive parking lot right now and will continue to be. Economic benefits, they're not going to pay any property tax, as was already testified to, and does nothing to promote the economy of Cincinnati. Job creation, I guess we have 2 permanent jobs of the 2 full-time employees at the site, but other than that, plus the construction jobs, there is none. Tax valuation, we've already talked about. That tax valuation will actually go down from being a taxable parking lot to creating 0 tax for our schools, for our city, for our zoo, and mental health, mental retardation, and so on. Private benefit, the economic and other private benefits to the owner or applicant, and then public benefits, the public peace, health, safety, and general welfare are all negatively impacted by this project. And then 144515, Mr. Nye, I think, pointed out that application very well. There's nothing special. Again, if this panel, so beyond your ability to grant a certificate of appropriateness based upon design, which is, I think, most of the reason that the Historic Conservation Board applies their know-how, and maybe I'm wrong about that, but beyond that is the very serious undertaking of granting, which is a tremendous power to have, of granting zoning variances. And I know, well, Mr. Voss, Mr. Weiss, and others on the panel, you all have deep experience in planning and zoning, and simply ignoring and disrespecting all of the work that's been done in planning and in zoning to apply these objective standards to projects is out the window when somebody proposes a project that so seriously deviates from those standards. A few more issues on the variances. On the density issue, there is no testimony, none, that there's a density requirement to receive the state funds for this project, and really all of the testimony was to the contrary. The project seeks an increase in density that is more than any other project in Over-the-Rhine. It seeks to go from 14 units to 44, over triple the allowed density. Mr. Colby testimony and that of Mr. Eilerman were just jarring on that issue. We're doing it because it's the max we can cram onto that site, and that was their testimony to the word. And it's just remarkable that this panel would even contemplate that in a neighborhood that they want to advance and promote the stability of. On the setback requirement, we talked specifically about the fact that Colby Alley is fine, but then yet the other setback for the other alley is not. And yet they're both 10 feet wide. It makes no sense. And again, it's done to advance solely one purpose, which is density, to cram as many units onto this site as we possibly can, which will materially impact the character of the neighborhood by doing that. And I heard the testimony, and I have great respect for Josh Spring. I worked with him on other projects, as I do some of the other speakers. And the people that I have talked to on this project are people who have been willing to and have invested in Over-the-Rhine, worked in Over-the-Rhine, knowing that it was a diverse neighborhood, knowing that it had various races, income levels, people with difficulties in life, and yet willing to move there or work there on a regular basis. And the idea that this is worse than NIMBY, that it's racism or classism or some other affliction, was offensive, and it is wrong. These people have a vested interest in the neighborhood, and that vested interest includes that inclusiveness that comes with it. So we would like the arguments judged on their merits, not upon the ad hominem attacks on those people or their motivations. As to the certificate of appropriateness, you've received, first of all, you have the drawings and you can make your own determination on that. But the mass and the size are not consistent with the neighborhood. As Mr. Lugan testified, his adjoining property actually is a contributing property, and it's 1 story in height. So the size, the height of this, the variance on the setback is inappropriate. And then the exterior finishes, particularly the window treatments, are not in any way, as you saw with our exhibits, not in any way consistent with the designs in the neighborhood. Mr. Lugan testified about the columns, piers, and other decorative elements of the adjoining properties, none of which this building contains. I think, again, Mr. Nye's depiction of this is something like a budget hotel. I don't remember which brand he identified that with, seemed to me apropos. The OTR historical guidelines specifically say that new buildings should incorporate design features such as window groups, articulation of wall surfaces, and decorative elements such as columns or piers in an effort to maintain the rhythm that already exists in the district. All Mr. Colby said is there be small brick decor around the windows and subtle brick headers, not consistent with the OTR historical guidelines. Mr. Colby also the guidelines also provide that in residential buildings, window openings are typically found individually rather than in pairs or grouped. Pretty simple guideline, and the photos we showed you were quite consistent with that guideline. Testimony from Mr. Colby shows that there would be double windows and window groupings to maximize interior light that are not consistent with those guidelines. The OTR historical guidelines also provide as to setback that some residential properties, especially detached buildings, have shallow setbacks, retain an edge to the property line with a fence. And I've already talked about the building height. So from a design perspective, which I think should be taken, which responsibility should be taken as seriously as the variances, this building is not consistent. And the 2 variances sought really are designed, again, to cram as many human beings and as many units onto this property as humanly possible, but not legally possible, completely inconsistent with the zoning code and any reasonable application of the variance powers of this panel. So I thank you all again for your time and attention, and I certainly have respect for the work that you're doing, although I may have disagreed with some of the rulings that you made. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Finney. Mr. Suter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, members of the public, opposing counsel, everyone who's spent their time on this tonight. Thank you for all your time. My gosh, it's getting late. There's a lot to talk about. Not going to belabor every point, but I think the long and short of it is, this is why we don't have more affordable housing, and not only in our city, but in our country. And that's because of artificial constraints and a lot of misperceptions about it. And you're hearing those tonight. We're talking about 44 apartment units, folks. This is in a neighborhood that used to have 45,000 people. It has 7,000 people in it now, okay? Adding 44 units is not going to do anything to change the character of the neighborhood that was built for 45,000 people. Built with buildings built to the property line, 0 setbacks. Why? Because they didn't have setbacks when they built Over-The-Rhine. They didn't have zoning. So you had 0 setbacks. And we'll talk more about that. You're talking about 44 units, 44 people living on a corner in Over-The-Rhine. This is not unprecedented. This is not going to do a single thing except help 44 individuals get off the streets and into permanent supportive congregate housing, which we desperately need. You've heard a lot today about supply. Mr. Finney and his clients, Mr. Nye and his clients, they all talk about the supply, too much supply, supply. But nobody except for my client talked about the demand. They didn't refute the demand. The demand is irrefutable. There is a need for this housing. Nobody refutes that. Nobody did refute it. There's a lot of talk about supply, and that's because our zoning focuses on the supply side. density is a supply side regulation, but nobody ever calibrates it with demand. We did. You heard testimony from my client that there's more than enough demand, and this is the minimum number of units that they could put on this property under the NOFA. This is the minimum number of units. There's a demand for a lot more. They could have asked for probably a 20-story skyscraper full of these units. Of course, they didn't do that because that wouldn't be compatible. But this is. Look at, if I could show you a picture of what was on the property. I'll share my screen. Prior, this is the historic building that was there. So to say that this is incompatible with the neighborhood, or that it's too big, the proposed development is too massive, or shouldn't be zero setback. In part, it's not even zero setback all the way. It's only like 30 some feet is zero setback. There's a huge setback where there's going to be parking and where there's going to be other operational issues or operational things addressed in that courtyard. But anyway, so to say it's incompatible with when it's historically actually appropriate to build exactly what we're proposing to build is just incorrect. And then if you look at the building, look at the middle bay of that building, those are side-by-side windows, exactly the types of windows that we propose for this exterior facade. So this is historically accurate, what we're proposing here. There are only three issues that you have to decide here. One is the certificate of appropriateness. Does the design substantially conform to the Over-the-Rhine Historic District guidelines? You heard from two experts today. One was Graham Colby. I mean, Graham has New Republic Architecture, probably one of the most prolific architecture firms in Over-the-Rhine. He testified that he's designed over 40 buildings in Over-the-Rhine. He knows what he's doing. He understands the practical effects, the practical difficulties, not only of the property, but of the programmatic needs of the property. But you heard from an architect that this substantially meets the guidelines. He designed it to substantially meet the guidelines. You also heard from Frank Russell, who's on the Over-the-Rhine Infill Committee, which, as you all know, on the Historic Board, does not hand out approvals readily. Very hard to get approvals or a thumbs up from the Over-the-Rhine Infill Committee because they have very strict standards that they apply. Mr. Russell, a renowned architect and professor here in Cincinnati, testified that it was acceptable to the Over-the-Rhine Infill Committee. That's a big deal. So you have two architects testifying that it is appropriate, that the design is appropriate. And we met our burden in that regard. There's been no rebuttal from anyone. The other parties didn't bring an architect or any expert on architecture or historic buildings or certificates of appropriateness to rebut anything. They brought a couple of property owners nearby who have vested interest in this and who are lay people who said, you know, they didn't think it met the guidelines or they didn't like the materials, the design or whatever. But that holds no water when you're comparing it to the testimony of licensed architects who are known for developing appropriate buildings in the Over-the-Rhine Historic District. So we've met the burden on the COA. It should be granted without conditions. Variances, let's talk about those. The 10-foot setback variance, it seems like it's being made out to be a much bigger deal than it is. A 10-foot setback variance actually allows for the building to be set back approximately, I think Mr. Colby testified, about 30 feet for the longest portion of the building. I believe around 32 feet is going to be zero lot line, and the remainder is going to be about 30 feet. So this 10-foot setback hysteria is just that. It's a red herring. It doesn't affect anything adversely, and it actually addresses all the programmatic and practical difficulties of where are you going to park a couple of cars, where are you going to put utilities and equipment and trash cans and dumpster and all the stuff that goes along with a building. So you need some room. So the 10-foot setback variance actually gets you much more open space than if you had no variance in that regard. And that's all about practical difficulties. And practical difficulties are not, only found on the property, they're found in the design, in the program. And so there are lots of factors that go into that. And you heard that the tightness of this space, developing in an urban environment where things are so tight, sometimes you have to vary from the strictures in the zoning code. That's what variances are. They're not bad things. People get variances all the time. You can't build much in Cincinnati without variances. Why? Because of the hillsides, the topography, the dense old urban infrastructure. I mean, the zoning code can't address all this stuff. That's why we have variances. You know that on the board. You grant these all the time. A density variance. Now, that seems to be probably the biggest issue raised. You heard testimony that they can't build the density that's allowed in the UMX and still build affordable housing. That's what it comes down to. You have to have a certain number of units to pro forma the kind of rents that they're going to be getting, the low rents. Usually it's the other way around, right? We're trying to get all these high rents. In this case, they're trying to get low rents. And so you can't achieve with the operational cost, you heard that testimony today, you can't build something like this with 14 units and still get the rents that they're trying to achieve that assist people that are challenged with homelessness to actually find homes. If you're going to build 14 units on this property, they're going to be super high end to be able to pro forma this thing. So that is a major practical difficulty. And that necessitates your relief from the strict requirements of the UMX, which, by the way, is a one-size-fits-all zone that applies all over Cincinnati. So that zoning cannot also be specifically tailored to every single situation. That's why variances exist. All you've heard really from the opposition parties are opinions about why these 44 additional people is going to harm their investment or harm their neighborhood. Yet they admit they live in busy entertainment districts with lots of people around, people coming and going, but somehow people coming and going for the bars and restaurants and Rhinegeist, that doesn't concern them relative to the semis and the trucks. But these 44 people living in this building terrifies them that they're going to somehow have a conflict with these trucks. It seems very selective. You heard from one property owner, Mr. Bob Selhorst, who got to commend him for investing in the city and in this beautiful historic building, certainly. But he's talking about how this is going to hurt his investment. Yet he lives across from a late night slices place and a liquor place and manufacturing. All these intense uses, none of that's going to bother him. But 44 people living 250 feet away is going to somehow be a detriment to his investment. Just a lot of unsubstantiated opinion, testimony from non-experts about a perceived concentration of low-income housing. Not one of the people that testified to that is qualified to testify to that. They're not experts in demography. They're not experts in social services, affordable housing. They didn't bring any experts to rebut my experts, which our experts include Graham Colby, a well-known architect, Ben Eilerman, who does this for a living, Andy Hutzel, who's been working 28 years on these issues, and Mary Rivers, who's well-known in the community, a very well-respected executive director of this organization, who's worked 30 years in this business. I'm sorry, the weight of the testimony is in our favor. There's nothing really to rebut it. And we appreciate your time and ask for you to grant the COA and the variances as requested. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, one and all. I would take a motion to.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would like to thank you for filling in while I was returning from Chicago. And I'd like to make a motion that we go into private session.
Okay, do I have a second?
May I ask one question of Ms. Ahouse before we do that?
Yes, you may.
I would just like clarification on if the one-story building adjacent is or is not a contributing building.
And you're asking that question of whom?
I'm asking it of Ms. Ahouse if she knows.
Oh.
I assume she does.
I can look that up unless Doug Owen may know.
Okay.
Yeah, it is not a contributing building.
Okay, so it's not listed on any of the contributing lists.
Correct. It is listed on the non-contributing list.
Okay.
Okay. Do I hear a second? To the motion?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Salasco?
Aye.
Mr. Voss?
Aye.
Mr. Weiss?
Aye.
Ms. McKenzie?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So we will go into private session. We will be in there for a while and then we'll come back and hopefully we have a decision.